Turn this light up here a little.
There you, yeah, that'd probably be about right.
Come
Whoa.
on. There we go.
5:57, 3 minutes.
Yeah, we usually do it about 5 minutes early. Okay, sound check. And someone just brought it to my attention that I forgot to set the start time
At the right time.
thing. Utah Gold. The problem with that is you may or may not have it work right. So if it doesn't look like it's doing well, it's going to be awful hard to tell what's going wrong. That's why laboratory analysis comes in handy. Yeah, it's kind of expensive and a pain in the butt, but sometimes you just got to bite the bullet. So if you seem to be getting everything, then I would, go to a laboratory and have them run it on an ICP.
Yeah, Chris, I did. I just seen him yesterday when I don't know, in between getting back and stuff. But we'll talk. We'll get on the phone and we'll talk.
That's right, Tom. You got me. Hey, David. So stannous chloride is not a bad idea. That we'll bring up here. I just give it a couple minutes for some people to show up. But yeah, the spot test seems to be working pretty good. I'll get into that this week. I'll just go over the rough list of stuff behind me here of what I. Hey, Tricky, how's it going?
Hey, Tricky.
Hi, Tricky. Give the babies a kiss.
Anyhow, so some of the things I'm going to go over this week: the silver recovery from the parting solution. How is the spot test working? The video I just put up on the rock type analysis. How our throughput's going in the mill. Rock Butcher has offered to run some samples on an XRF machine for us. We apparently have some gold in our ore that is too coarse to leach quickly, which creates some problems, but getting more gold than you expect is not a problem that you really cry about a lot. And we're working on sodium hydroxide Eco Gold X solution to recover the gold back from the resin into something so concentrated we can electroplate it. That's the theory.
Good.
Thank you, David. And so these are some of the things that we're doing right now in process. Tricky can't do it because the kids are at the farm with their grandparents.
That's good.
So he's just going to have to wait till tomorrow.
He has to give them extra kisses when they come back.
Hey, Lauren.
Hey, Lauren.
Hey, Lauren.
So anyhow, the stannous chloride would probably be a good indication whether you've gotten it out of solution, but I don't know for sure because I haven't dealt with your ore. One thing which in the pre-show thing that Jim brought up again and again is it's all ore dependent.
Exactly. That's the thing. You have to know what you're starting with, and that's where you want to spend that money is find out what's in that ore and ideally particle size, because Keith is just, finding that out now that, now that's why we were, there were some numbers off once in a while.
Yeah.
Is that particle size? Well, the thing is some ore you wouldn't have that, and the next, you find one little wing in there somewhere, and then now you got a particle size.
Well, if I wasn't running fire assays on the ore, and ICP assays on the solution, I wouldn't have been able to tell because it was
correct.
Well, fairly significant. It was well below the variability of these. Not off the shelf, but backyard testing procedures.
But,
so
when you come back with a test and you're expecting, 1 ounce per ton or something, and all of a sudden it's 110% of that, it's a good issue to have, but then it's like, what's off? what's wrong.
Yeah. Well, it's essentially nugget effect probably, but I mean, there was one batch of ore that we put in the tank, and because we had issues with the RC46 and this and that, we wanted to do some other tests. We just left it in the tank and agitated it when we were out there and stuff. And so it actually got up to 158% recovery. It's like, well, that's a little odd.
Yeah.
And some of the other calculations, some of the other batches were like 108% recovery in 3 days. It's like, so that
something changed.
So that lets us know that something's off, but the way it's happening, always to the upside and more to the upside over time, leads you to the conclusion that it's gold that's taking its time to dissolve. So in fact, we decided to do just some quick checks on that. And what happened was Lauren lent me some corrugated pipe, just some drain pipe, and a piece of rain gutter to strap it into so that I could run my slurry like that after the agitation tank. And then when I dumped the tank, I started out just by checking right there where the whole stuff was dumping into, because that's where the biggest stuff's going to settle.
Right.
I took about half a pan of material, panned it down, and sure enough, there were a few small specks. Now, coarse gold to me is anything over about 500 mesh. Okay. So it's, different from what you placer folks are thinking about. But I could definitely pan a little bit of gold in there. So then I went and took the corrugated pipe and, Lauren, I only needed a small piece, but he had like a 10-foot chunk. So I'm up there on the ladder holding the end and putting the hose while he was holding the other end in a bucket. We managed to get it cleaned out. And so washed it out and then took the material in there, which was about 6 small pans worth.
Mm-hmm.
Panned that down. I wound up with about 40 particles, varying in size from 200 mesh up to about 60 mesh. And that's not guessing. That's by looking through a microscope with a reticle.
Right, sizing it.
And it was 3/1000ths of an inch up to 10/1000ths of an inch. But most of the particles seem to be on the smaller size. But it's like, okay. And that was after the leaching.
Yep.
So that had been in the tank, I don't know, several days at least. Okay. So the Eco Gold X is unable to dissolve the coarser gold in the agitation tank. We've got that gold I panned sitting in some pans with some Eco Gold X solution on it. And we're seeing that the question is, will it dissolve in time? Like, once you put it out on the tailings pad.
Yep. If it's on the leach pad,
will it eventually leach or not? So we're testing this and seeing what's going on. But for the tank, the slurry that's in the tank right now, I took Lauren's rain gutter, and we had some gold hog mat and some miner's moss. So now I got a section that's got like 3 feet of gold hog mat and then like 4 feet of miner's moss in it and stuff. And so this tank is going to run through that, and we'll see how much we recover.
Well, it's probably better to put that recovery circuit like you're doing after the tank. And if you didn't get it in the solution, you'll pick it up there.
Well, that's
versus trying to change your whole rest of your program for a gravity separation circuit.
Well, this is one of our questions, is exactly how big a particle will in fact dissolve
over,
and then how much does that overlap what you can recover with gravity? Because if they're like this and there's basically no overlap, you're either going to get it gravity or you're going to get it with Eco Gold X, but not between. And so you're leaching it with one and then leaching it with something else tricky. So these are the sort of things that gets complicated. Not only that, Chris, but by then it's theoretically a smaller particle too, and therefore harder to get.
Correct.
But to modify this mill to put a gravity circuit first is pretty substantial changes, and we have a lot of other things to do. So we'll try that first. We'll monitor, see how fast it's dissolving, and see if we can get a good idea. Okay, can we use a simple gravity separation after leaching and get all the gold that won't leach? Or is there still some we're going to lose that isn't going to leach and isn't going to gravity? We shall see what we shall see.
Yeah, that's just going to be keep paying attention.
Yeah,
testing and checking.
Testing.
Yep.
Correct, David.
and. And the next problem.
And here's another issue is right now I'm screening to 20 mesh. It's 100% passing 20 mesh. That was based on some bottle roll tests that gave good recoveries in 24 hours, which may have been somewhat deceptive because of this phenomenon. But also I'm trying to cover the plastic right now, and about
get a
3 inches of fairly coarse sand that has really good percolation in it. And so I'll probably keep the 20 mesh for now until I get that plastic covered. And then I can just switch to the 30 mesh screen. And if it doesn't hurt my throughput too much, then we'll probably just stick with the 30 mesh screen, because it'll no doubt speed up any crystal locked gold. Anything that's partially crystal. We will get more mineral exposure and less crystal lock. Don't know by how much. This is one of the problems of testing, because kind of by definition, testing is small samples. And small samples are somewhat representative of the bulk ore, but they can be more or less representative depending upon the circumstances.
Right. If there's variation in the ore, you may not catch it till like now. You're this far into it and finding things.
Oh, yeah. We're finding a lot of things.
Yeah.
That makes it kind of fun, but it can make it annoying too. So anyhow, as I was mentioning the screen, right now with the 20 mesh screen on the Aritz vibrating feeder, the Stutenroth is running at right around 10 pounds per minute. Okay. We can get 100% passing 20 mesh if it's dry ore at around 10 pounds a minute. Because we did 250 pounds in 25 minutes, plus or minus a minute. Okay. So
that's not bad.
That's not bad for an old
scale,
geezer, and a pretty lady.
It fits the scale you're doing.
Yeah. We also found that the spring scale we had on the thing is somewhat inaccurate.
Yeah.
We calibrate it with a bathroom scale, and to test that, we also we put a jug of water on the bathroom scale.
Yeah.
And so it turns out we were actually off by about 20% to the heavy side. And when we thought we were putting 25-pound buckets, we were putting 30-pound buckets in there.
Mm-hmm.
So that would also give you a higher number.
Exactly.
I've compensated for that in the latest calculations. Yeah.
Exactly, Tricky. You're always going to run into ore that changes a little bit, even on the same vein. So you're going to always have to compensate and pay attention. That's one thing about testing. You have to test, because you could lead yourself down a road too far that it's like you can't figure out what is actually going wrong.
It's awfully hard to hit your target when you're shooting in the dark.
Yep, exactly.
You may get lucky, but the chances are it's going to take a lot of ammunition before you nail it.
Yeah.
And for those of you who saw the last video with the various ore types, again, that's one of those situations where, let's see, we did was it 7? Yeah, 7 rock types.
Something like that.
7
It was
times
quite a
45.
few.
That's like $300 worth of assay.
Yep.
Okay. But we now have a really good idea when we look at a rock, is this stuff ore grade or can we just leave it there? And that, considering we're having to haul it 70 miles, is really important. It'll make things a lot more efficient.
Well, and the handling too. It's
Yeah.
not even just the 70 miles, it's the labor. And labor is money.
Well,
You know,
let's take a look at what we do to get that rock
from the mine.
into the Stoughton rock.
Yeah.
Okay. Or let's say just into the RC46. Okay. First, I climb down the hole, I bust up the rock, I throw it in buckets. Then we haul the bucket to the top of the
Shaft,
decline.
yeah.
Then we have to take the buckets, hang them on the high line, and run them down
Yeah.
to the road where the quad can get them.
Right.
Then we got to pick them up again, put them in the quad. Then we haul them down the cat road to where the trailer's waiting.
Yep.
Load them in the trailer. Then we drive the trailer to the mill site, take them out. Now we can actually load them into a crusher. So
Right.
we've handled that what? Load from the time we load the bucket, call that one time,
Yep.
up the shaft, down the high line, into the quad, into the trailer, into the crusher.
Into the yard. Yeah.
We've handled it 7 times.
The ores wore out before he gets it home.
Yeah.
6 or 7.
I say so.
You know, it's kind of like.
Yeah, you're right. That is 6.
Yeah.
There's just a thumb there. I'm getting senile. Okay, you don't have to point it out so often. But anyhow, hey John.
Hey John.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, I'm in and out.
he shows up sometimes. But anyhow, so
Trying to get on the mountain, but it keeps like raining, and the weather just is not getting better yet. Hopefully after tomorrow.
yep. So anyhow, so that's, you know, if we don't have to haul that anywhere, it goes up the shaft onto the dump.
Yeah.
Okay. Saves a lot of work. And that also means that as we're crushing and putting stuff into the tank, it's much more efficient. We're getting much more gold per effort. The actual mining is not that big of a bottleneck.
Yeah.
So by being able to just dump stuff on the dump with confidence is really, really helpful. And we didn't really run into any surprises in that, but we did confirm our suspicions.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's
Yes, you did. They were great. Absolutely fantastic. We're all just really satisfied, Lars, but you're just out of luck.
you probably didn't do that yet. did
No, I haven't been able to. First of all, in the ground, it's highly variable. And when we're crushing it, we weigh it after it's crushed. And when it's pulverized, that's when it's getting weighed. So we have a pretty good handle on how much we're putting into the tank. We have yet to get a continuous sampler on the Stoughton rock. The disc sampler would be fine, but it's one more part to do.
you? Yeah. Well,
And,
eventually you get there.
And but I think we got a pretty good handle on the sampling. We're
Yeah, I was
sampling-
watching Eva there on the video where every so often she'd pull a cup out and dump it. And that's pretty good. That's consistent enough. It should give you a pretty good,
Well, he's
pretty good.
supposed to drill a little hole in that chute so
And
I
just
can
have
do
it dump.
continuous stream
well,
sampling.
that wouldn't.
Yeah, and that would be fairly easy to do when I have time.
Yeah.
30 seconds, small drill bit.
Yeah, I know.
No, it has to be a much larger hole than that because anything smaller than a quarter inch will get plugged up
It'll
instantly.
plug it up. Yeah, one
So
little
it's probably going to be 3/8 to half an inch, and then you have to put some kind of a nozzle on it to direct it.
shoot it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it gets complicated, little one. Trust me, it's not as simple as you'd
No.
like it to be. We're talking probably a couple hours of work overall. By the time you do the cutting, the drilling, the welding, and all this other stuff.
Fabricate a little chute or something.
And that assumes that it works right the first time. And what are the odds on that?
50-50 usually. I go with 50-50
Yeah.
is safe. It's kind of like predicting the weather.
Yeah. So anyhow, we also get a fair amount of homogenization going when we take the rock, throw it into the jaw crusher, throw it into a wheelbarrow, haul it over, dump it on a dump, shovel it out of that
times
dump.
you handle it, you're blending it.
And every time it gets blended a little bit. So
yeah, David, that's how it works. Just and.
Very good, David. But anyhow, so let's see. The spot test on the Eco Goldex, we are primarily using it both for the agitation tank, just to kind of monitor how things are going, although that's, again, it doesn't give us a precision we'd like, so it's we know it's dissolving in there. But where we're really finding it useful is in the resin extraction filters. As it's going through the cartridges, we can see when the cartridge stops recovering. By the way, little one, we'll start going 4 samples now: head, 1, 2, and tails. Okay. That way we'll know which cartridge is doing what. Right now we're only taking 3, so 2 cartridges.
So when you start seeing number 2 spot, then change color. You get seeing a colored variation, I assume.
Well, if somebody hadn't cleaned the spot plate before I took the video, we'll get some soon here where it'll show it clearly. But you can see when the sample taken before a cartridge and the sample taken after the cartridge are essentially identical,
right?
Or when there's a big difference, that's a pretty easy determination to make. And that lets you know, okay, that cartridge seems to be pretty full, so we can take it out of circuit.
Hello, Rick.
And something else, I haven't seen Rock Butcher here yet. If you're here, let us know, Rock. But one thing that may be very useful, while Eva can do essentially a fire assay on the resin, it's a bit time consuming, and we have to assume that the same procedure is doing the same thing same way each time, which we're a little bit uncertain of. It seems to work pretty well and pretty consistently, but I'd like to have some kind of second methodology. And Rock Butcher, who's usually on here, although he doesn't seem to be here just yet right now, he has generously offered, he has an X-ray fluorescence spectrophotometer at where he's working that he can use when it's not being used for other stuff. And he has offered to do quite a number of tests for us free of charge.
Wow.
I will ship him the resin. He'll do the test and then ship it back, because most of this can be loaded resin. So it's going to be running fairly good concentrations of gold. And I'm going to be sending him an excess. He's looking at doing basically about, could you give me the one in the bottom there? You'll see a tube in there.
I see it.
Okay. For example, this is what I'm planning on sending him just as one sample. Okay. And he's probably going to need about this much for each puck that he makes to run through the machine. And so this would do about 3 of those. This should have about a gram of gold in it. So that's about $60 right there.
Yeah.
So by sending quite a few of these tubes, we're actually sending a fair amount of gold. And so, that's why we'll send him a prepaid shipping label.
Yeah, Lars, extra gold. Is there such a thing as extra gold?
Yeah. And so then he'll send us back everything when it's done. Yeah, that's what he's planning on.
He'll have 2 or 3 there, Chris, out of each level like that.
And this will allow us theoretically, assuming that the XRF, if somebody finds a broke XRF, we can see if John can fix it. Okay, that's pretty interesting skill there, John. Cool.
Yeah, somebody with some electrical knowledge and
But anyhow, so we plan on doing quite a few samples, and we're going to be testing our ultimate loading factors, a partial loading factor, whether or not the drying method actually has a significant effect on how much gold is left. Because this one here is at the house because we brought it 50 grams of wet resin and put it in the oven at 350 degrees from wet and just cooked it. So if that gets rid of gold, we should see it with this compared to the room dried of the same material and
it
the
dawned on
wet.
me, we should also send a sample that's been roasted in the furnace the way we roasted those other samples.
Sure wouldn't hurt. I mean, any variations
Let's
you
see.
can figure out.
We could take like 50 grams in a glazed crucible and try roasting it.
Or a scorification dish. Just roast it in the furnace.
50 grams ain't going to fit in a scorification dish, my little one. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. But anyhow, I say since we have this, if you'll pardon the pun, golden opportunity to get information, scanning electron microscope, John. But so we're going to try running a number of different tests and see what's happening. We're also currently trying to strip some resin, same stuff, and looking at the literature from the Eco Goldex person. Now, their methodology was a high temperature, high pressure, like 115 degrees C and stuff like this. And that has issues. Okay. I mean, it's complications. You need a stainless steel autoclave and a few other little things. But by using their formula and taking 100 grams of this stuff wet, putting it in a beaker, and then adding 1% sodium hydroxide solution, we let it sit for a day and then kind of looked at the solution. It had taken on kind of a light yellowish tan color. Didn't look like much had come out of that resin, so we didn't even bother taking a sample. We did take a sample, I think. Pretty sure I sent them to that. I took a sample of it, but then we immediately put in 2% Eco Goldex and let it sit for another 24 hours. And that seemed to really pull some stuff out of that resin. That solution was dark. In a 500 ml beaker, it was hard to see through it. And it wasn't from turbidity. It was just because there was so much color
pulling out there.
Yeah. So we went and drained that liquid and took a sample of it and then rinsed the resin
again
until it was coming out kind of clear. And now we're re-leaching it in basically the same stuff so that, again, everything has an equilibrium. You know, when you do something, it'll pull out so much, and then it'll tend to be putting back in as much as it's pulling out. So we'll see what happens on this next batch. What we're hoping is that we can get a stripping solution that'll work at or near room temperature, certainly below boiling. That's right. I mean, if it's 140 degrees, that's not too hazardous. Although with 1% sodium hydroxide, this is not some safe stuff to work with.
Right.
You know, you do need PPE. And not that we found, we did do a multi-element analysis before that didn't have any significant tellurium. It had some, but I don't think it had enough to make it critical. I'd have to dig through some paperwork, but Chris, I think, commented on that at the time. Perhaps you can put some input in here if your memory is working better than mine is, which is not hard to do. And anyhow, so we're seeing what we can extract, use to get any gold out of the resin without actually destroying the resin.
Right.
And then the next step will be, can we then reuse the resin and reload the resin?
Right.
And another thing that is important about this XRF is, are we getting significant quantities of other elements that are being absorbed?
Right.
It's like iron just filling it up, and if we could get
Right.
rid of the iron, we
Yeah.
could get in a lot more
Or a
gold.
little copper or some silver or what's happening.
Yeah.
You kind of want to know.
Now that brings up another point. We've got silver in the ore. You saw some of the
Yep.
assays.
Yeah.
But we're not getting any silver in our beads when we smelt the resin. The silver that you see has all been imported, basically. So the question is, where's the silver? And it may not be getting dissolved. Now, when it comes to the Eco Goldex, it's supposed to dissolve silver, but is that silver metal, silver chloride, silver whatever? There's lots of different silver.
Yep, there's a lot of
compounds
levels there. Yep.
But gold, there's really not. There's very few. There's tellurides, and aside from that, it's metallic gold or something really weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's very strange that it's not either a telluride or metallic gold.
Right.
So that may be why we're not getting the silver. Don't know. It may be that it is getting dissolved, but it's not absorbing into the resin, in which case there's a possibility if we had a different kind of resin, we might be able to get the silver.
Right.
Don't know. Since it's not in huge quantities, it's not a major issue.
That brings up a good point. I mean, Tricky has a good question, but Tricky, I have a question for you also. Is, do you have silver in your ore that you're playing with? And, you know, what's your way of dealing with that? Yeah, what's happening with that if you do?
Yeah, are you seeing it in your resins, your solutions? What do we do with the leached resin and the loaded lixiviant? Well, theoretically, if we have stripped the resin, we would want to make sure it is reactivated and put back in circuit if possible. Since some of the research indicates the way you reactivate it is with sodium hydroxide, this may be all we need to do. It may be a one-step process.
We may be able to plate it out somehow.
That's not the question right there. The loaded lixiviant, the solution, we're going to try electroplating. Okay. And yeah, sometimes it happens. But that is our basic plan, is to strip it and run the stripping solution through an electroplating cell. We already have the power supply.
Yeah,
we're not talking large units, and we can go from there. If we can run it at a reasonable temperature, I have an electroplating cell, a cell heater, a pump, and everything over at Lauren's house right now from some previous stuff. So it'd be pretty easy to set that up. And one thing I was thinking that depending upon what we're trying to do in this, it'd be kind of nice if you could just leave it in the cartridges, because you could take a cartridge holder, and just pump it in and pump it out, and like that might work out pretty easy. So we shall see what we shall see when we shall see it. But again, we got lots of weird stuff going on. Let's see what I got here. Going back to the mine. Eva and I are planning to head out into the field tomorrow, early afternoon. We should be at the mine and set up and actually doing a little mining by the end of the day tomorrow.
2.5 kilograms of silver per ton. Okay, that answers a question, because that's what Keith is running into, is it's not showing up either.
Is that also occurring when you go just to the thioleach? Because I'm not sure how thio works on silver chloride. I don't know if it works on silver. I don't think so, because it's the fixer. And that would dissolve the unreacted silver chloride out of your film, preventing further developing. You've got a developer that converts the silver chloride into metallic silver. Once it's got something started there, it tends to make that. But then you've got the fixer, which gets rid of the extra silver chloride, so it doesn't keep happening.
Right.
Yeah. So let's see. We seem to be getting our silver back from the parting solution without too much problem, and it comes in a nice fine powder, which is great for re-inquarting. If you're doing assaying, it's probably got too much crud in it to be ideal for assaying. Right. For us, we're not.
Right.
We're just doing it for recovery. Spot test seems to be working fine, especially for what we're trying to do. The rock type analysis seemed to work just fine. We'll probably redo that again in another 20 feet of advance or something. Mill throughput seems to be adequate. With Rock Butcher, we're going to be doing a lot of tests there. Coarse gold, doing more tests. Going back to the mine because we've run out of ore, basically. We got about 1,000 pounds of jaw crushed ore sitting by the Stutenroth, and that's it. The week is young.
Yeah, it's only Monday, Robert.
Okay. Okay, hypo. Define hypo. Wasn't that sodium thiosulfate? Okay, that's essentially Chris's question, although he's apparently more knowledgeable than I, which is hardly surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah, say we shall see what happens. The nose is still not leaking, so yay.
That's good.
Man, that's a pain in the butt. Well, pain in the nose. Real pain in the nose when they do stuff to it. Oh my God, that's less than
not
pleasant,
good.
Man. Yeah, for $850 each. You probably have to wait till we
that
need
was
it.
a little stiff.
Yeah, that's what they call it, a little stiff.
Yeah, it was that M-Shot deal I was checking into was like that's more than I want to spend.
That's pretty pricey stuff. So anyhow, that's kind of a rundown of where we're at here. Eva's been doing a great job, both helping me do stuff and also doing laboratory stuff while I'm doing more muscle stuff. You know, I'm out at the mill shoveling or doing these things, and she's inside doing tests and all that stuff. No, make that about $850 if you go to Butte and stay there for 3 days. Or I think it was $1,250 a person for here.
Yeah, if I had a trainer come here and we put a group together, it was still damn high priced.
Yeah, they found a pretty good sized ore body out there in Uganda. Yeah, but 100 million tons of ore. I mean, that's a good sized ore body.
1 million tons of gold is what they're claiming.
No, 100 million tons of gold ore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what they were initially claiming was 31 million tons, which I'll be discussing on the tinfoil hat report. Experts are now saying they may have 310,000 ounces, maybe.
Yeah, 310,000 ounces out of 31 million tons. Sounds plausible.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, considering it was an aerial survey, I don't know how they're even claiming it in the first place.
You're not getting that from an aerial survey. What you'd have to do some actual physical sampling, like drilling.
Yeah.
But the aerial survey would tend to have like geophysical stuff.
Right, it could give you an area.
We have an anomaly.
Right, the area of interest could be quite bigger.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Anyhow, this is, these things happen. That's substantial. That's a world-class deposit. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
And I suspect that the environmental regulations will proceed much quicker in Uganda, especially with the additional lubrication of some good money, But anyhow, yes, Eva's been a great help. She's How well are you conditioning, little one? Are you getting stronger fairly quickly, or are you
Yeah.
still?
I'm getting stronger fairly quickly.
Okay. She's getting stronger fairly quickly. When you saw that
Good exercise.
thing when she was dumping buckets into the tank, those were 12.5-pound buckets.
Mm.
Okay. I do 25-pound buckets. I mean, there's no sense trying to push yourself. You're climbing a ladder and then
just
kinda
find a
handling it
constant
weird.
that's not taxing.
Yeah. By doing 25-pound buckets, I line up 4. That's 100 pounds. Line up 4 here. We also got a little punch counter.
Yeah.
I tend to forget doing that. So by doing it in, I can
In
like
rows, you
four
can count
rows.
more.
I mean, 2 rows
Mark
of
'em.
4 each, and then I can, did I get? Oh, click, and keep it straight. But he was much better at that than I am.
Redundancy is your best friend.
Oh, Chris, that's like 2 for the price of 1. Do we score that as 2 at moderate scores? We can't add them together because it gets over the 10 maximum. I'm going to give you a 7.9 for that one. Okay. Yeah. When we're mining and we're running stuff down the high line, Eva's going to have to be taking them off the high line. I'll have to hang them up because that's just
Right.
picking them up and hanging them on a hook. We're going to try and set up a couple planks on an incline, so as the bucket comes down, it comes sliding to a stop and kind of picks itself up, takes some of the weight
there. Yeah.
and that way Eva can just reach down, kind of push down on the hook a little
line,
bit, get it to uncouple, and then double hand it. I think last year you were doing about 30-pound buckets, weren't you?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So 50-pound buckets are pretty heavy, and it's also hard on the buckets. Okay. These are just plastic. You slinging around a full 50-pound bucket all the time, you break them, and they're like $6 each now. It's ridiculous.
Well, they degrade after they get a little older too. They get a little more brittle.
Yeah.
So that's not always good either. But.
Yeah. And what will often break is right there where the bail hooks onto that lip. So you got a 50-pound bucket, and all of a sudden it goes wham.
Yep. Break.
Yeah.
Partially
calcium chlorate and oxygen.
Pulls the silver. Notebook?
Yeah, there's a pen right there too. Let's see. Partially saturated salt, I presume sodium chloride. Partially saturated NaCl plus calcium chlorate, CaOCl, plus O3, plus ozone. Yep. So, calcium hypochlorite, okay. But anyway, so as Eva gets stronger, she'll be able to pick up bigger buckets. But it's going to take a little bit for me to pick a 50-pounder up. So what we'll probably do is keep them in the 35-pound range until they're in the trailer, and then I can top them off.
Oh, yeah.
And then when we get them to the ranch, we can also do the same thing.
Right. Dump some.
Just pick it up there and make a half bucket out of it. And so you don't stressing yourself, and you're not stressing the buckets. We have a different trailer. It's not new, it's used too, but the newer trailer is another 2 feet longer. So in theory, based on the calculations I did, I should be able to get the quad, the generator, and 60 buckets on the deck at once. And if that works and it's not overlaying the trailer, that means we can get 1.5 tons per load. That's not a bad run.
No.
And we could theoretically also, to improve efficiency, because you have a lot of setup time, 2 or 3 hours set up, 2 or 3 hours tear down.
Yep.
And get everything packed away.
Yep.
So if we were to basically load the trailer and park it, and then somebody else just comes from town with the pickups, hooks up, hauls it up, and drops off an empty trailer,
then you could get another day or two.
then we could get another day or so out of it before packing up.
Yeah.
So we shall see what we do, but we're trying to achieve at least 2 tons per week. Okay, that's our goal. With an extra person, we might get up to 3 tons per week,
which would be good.
Because again, we were just talking mining up to now. You still got to put it in the tank,
right? But you'd rather have an ore pile out there that even if you're not getting it all, you got a pile.
Yeah, you want to
stockpile.
stockpile,
right? It's there.
But what I'm saying is, if even I go and mine 1.5 tons in 3 days, call it, start to finish, including travel time and stuff, and then we spend, a day pulverizing, getting it in the tank, and another day dumping the tank, and this and that and the other, and we kind of work that right, we should be able to get 1.5 tons a week without too much trouble. Although some weeks it might be 2 and some weeks it might be 1. But with a third person, we could theoretically, especially if we have an extra trailer, which we do have available, by the way, but then we could get maybe 3 tons a week. And, with the assays we're getting, that could get kind of interesting. Still not wildly profitable. It depends on how good a grade we get.
Well,
some of those grades were decent.
That's just it. I mean, if you can high grade at all.
You can try and tell her that personally, Goldstream.
What?
What? Eva can't do 60-pound buckets?
We can't get 60 pounds in a bucket.
Yeah, that's true also.
That's what Professor Hardrock says anyway.
It's easier.
No, it's
2 buckets.
It also breaks the buckets really quick.
It's easier with 2
I already
buckets.
told him I want him to let me mine this year in another part of the mine. He's not amenable to this.
Yeah, Roberts, that's the situation we're in. Yep. I think she'd go with a 30-pounder in each hand, Goldstream.
Yeah, I have.
Hey, I've seen some pretty wild stuff, Kodak.
I'm not a wuss,
Yep. I find it interesting when people get their channels canceled for posting videos of congressional hearings or government officials.
Yeah, right. Official stuff, and they can't get it on the air.
It's pretty crazy times we're in, but that's more for the tinfoil hat report. Yeah, I say I'm not toughening up as fast as I would have liked to this spring too.
This has been a weird spring. It's kind of starting real slow.
Well, I was swinging a sledgehammer the other day because I had the bigger rocks and I needed to break them down to RC46 size. Man, I am a wuss. I mean, when I started working underground, I was about 19.
Yeah.
And after 2 weeks, man, I could swing an 8-pound hammer all day long without feeling tired in the slightest, I could swing a 16 for a short time. But yeah. Okay, Goldstream.
Yeah. I'm heading up tomorrow too, so.
Yeah.
And then you guys probably won't see me till mid-July. I think once we get going here on what I'm working on, it's going to be a couple weeks here of pretty intense, crazy.
Yeah, you're going to go up and help Bryce fix some equipment, get it running, tune it in, that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Some stuff in the future you guys will find out about. We'll be doing some filming, but
yeah. Yeah, it's funny how they'll do that, Roberts. Now, I don't have a bad figure, but I don't think a bikini would work very well. But anyhow, so we'll have some more video on the actual mining this week, and the elution is still in process. The coarse gold thing will be coming on. The XRF probably takes several weeks before we get that. Everything else is pretty much seems to be clicking into thing. It is kind of nice to be able to start checking things off the list.
Yeah.
My God.
Run the list down.
Hey, Billy. Scantily clad cats. But anyhow, so that's what's going on there. And do we have any questions from anybody at this point?
Thanks,
Hi, Jeff.
Tricky.
How's it going?
Hey, Jeff.
How much snow did they get up in the high mountains?
Right around here, not a lot. The Elkhorns did get a little bit, I think, the other day, but
It didn't seem like it was
north
much
of
around
here they had quite a bit.
Okay.
And then, of course, as a lot of you have probably seen, Yellowstone and south of here, they got flooded out.
Yeah.
That turned into a real mess from what I hear.
Well, they're
Take
gonna
care,
be opening
Tricky.
the park again next week, I think.
Yeah, but all the roads on the north side up here are all taken out. So
Oh,
bridges and roads and
Yeah, those don't get fixed up in a week.
no, I'm guessing they'll be lucky if they have them open next year.
Now's a good time to visit the park. Not nearly as many tourists.
Come in from the
Oh man, I was
come in from the Idaho side or something. You can come in.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can come in that way. You can come up from the.
Well, even the Beartooth Highway coming across from the east down there, some of that got washed
Maybe.
out too. So
Well, yeah, but
the
the
Red Lodge and down in there got.
from Jackson Hole.
Yeah, you have to
Oh,
come
yeah.
up from the south, or you got to come in from Idaho, down in Idaho
Yeah.
from the west.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
That's confidential information, Mr. Virtue, but we weren't really producing gold this week in terms of in the lab. We were loading resins, and Eva was doing testing, and also she's been taking cupels that we crushed up and then reprocessing those.
Yeah.
How much did you get out of that first cupel, little one,
Half a gram.
of gold?
Half a gram of gold between a cupel and a half.
Wow.
Okay,
So they're absorbing quite a
so
bit.
they're absorbing a fair amount of
Yeah,
gold
that's
there.
interesting.
Well, that's because they suck. They're probably made in Panda Land.
But anyhow,
Probably.
so she's been doing some things that just have piqued her curiosity primarily because we processed all the resin from last year that we're not just reusing.
Are you up here, Jeff? Did you get back to Montana?
That sounds like you, Lars. He's got a very weird sense of humor, doesn't he?
I love Lars's humor. I
And
do.
I still don't have
I've
a
been
lab coat.
commenting on his videos because I just love that humor.
I still don't have a lab coat, people. This is getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to be a scientist without a lab coat?
Basically, the cupel has a lot of lead oxide already in it for, obvious reasons. And so basically, you take the crushed cupel, add a reducing agent, and the standard fluxing type agents, and just smelt it.
I'll be out there in a minute to tell them.
Yeah, we're going to have to get her a lab coat so she can do the laboratory report too. Lars can make another mad scientist or whatever thing. I don't know where to get one here. It's Helena, but yeah,
Well, I'm sure somebody in town has them, or
somebody does. Yeah, I don't know who.
borrow one when you're at the hospital.
Oh dear, Jeff. That's very sad.
Oh, sorry to hear that, Jeff.
Yeah. Well, you got
So
your
does
priorities
anybody
straight.
want me to tell them about cupels?
Wait a minute.
Family.
Yeah. you got your priorities straight, but it sucks.
That sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that. Wow, Jeff, I hope he gets better.
Yeah, it's worth a try. Now remember, white smock jacket, basically. Yeah. Art stores might have something too.
Yeah, actually.
No, they had artist smocks, and I saw a chef's coat at the thrift shop, but no, that's for the kitchen.
Just remember, Jeff, those Qpels have a lot of lead in them. So when you're crushing and stuff, you will need to have really good dust protection. Okay. Oh, I'm sure they've got some, Phil. I just haven't got to it.
Yeah, I can tell Jeff exactly how to do this. On Qpels, if you go to Mount Baker Mining's YouTube channel, he has one on smelting Qpels that he makes out of Portland cement. I discovered when you're doing it with the bone ash Qpels, you want to use the carbon. What size do I need?
Medium.
Probably a medium lab coat. Whatever a medium is, a male size small or a female size medium or large. Fashion designers are psychotic people. So I really don't know what size lab coat I wear.
You're what, 5'3", 135?
Yeah, 5'3", 132. Thank you very much. 132.6.
Ouch.
135. Bad bear.
It's a guess.
Well, anyway, if you're going to be breaking down bone ash Qpels, in addition to doing what Mount Baker does using charcoal and a lot of borax, you want to put in about 10 grams of soda ash for every 20 grams of Qpel material. And the borax, even though it's borax glass that I use, it does foam like crazy.
Okay. What did those assays cost illegal? I am presuming you're talking about the rock assays. Those are $45 each from Fast Fire Assay, Lawrence Hiddle in Colorado there. And he's fast. We shipped him out this week, and I got the answers yesterday.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
He's on it.
Very professional.
Yep.
And if you're talking the solution assays, they cost me $25 each from a local analysis lab here. You should make a video of your Qpel process once you get your lab coat.
Absolutely.
So Billy, Arizona Prospector, is a fan.
Oh, but while I'm at it, guys, I also need a small Van de Graaff generator and one of those rapid ear thingies that goes zzz, zzz, zzz. And he says he won't make me one. Can you believe this shit?
I said I can, but you
How
can't.
can I have a laboratory without proper science shit?
You forgot the Florence flask with blue liquid boiling over the Bunsen burner. Yeah, exactly, Chris.
Background. It's all about atmosphere, right?
I know how to make it, Chris.
At the moment, I have a hoopty ghetto fabulous lab. I need serious stuff.
You know that
It's impossible
the thing
to
that
get
goes
good
zoom,
help.
zoom. You know how to make those?
No.
You take a neon sign transformer. You take two
Sure.
brazing rods, basically, and you just clamp one to each side. They come in there, and you need about
Get the space
3/4 inch
right.
gap, and then you extend it, and that's all it takes. I had to explain to Eva that you can't have one on your head because A, it's really heavy, and B, it will light your hair on fire real easily if the 15,000 volts.
That would make a cool tinfoil hat accessory.
Yeah, for about a few milliseconds.
Excuse me, the EMF field would really enhance my creative process. We all know.
No,
this.
we're talking the short circuit with 15,000 volts.
Well, that's what the ground wire's for. Come on now.
Hey, John. Yeah, we're doing fine. Yeah. Chris says it would make a very hot tinfoil hat accessory. Yes, it sure would.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's certain things that just don't work in certain locations. You know, you can have it in the background where nobody gets within 2 feet, no problem. But anyhow, the lab's a little small for all these
toys.
What was I going to say? Ambiance type things.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
Yep, you're right, Lars. That's exactly what it is. Made one of those when I was about 15. Science class.
Oh boy.
Oh, yeah, we had some fun.
Get it so complicated you won't have time to film.
Yeah. But anyhow, yeah, she'll make something on the QPELs. And yeah, it could. Exactly. Electrostatic separation. But the QPELs, that was pretty surprising to have 0.4 grams. That was not 0.04, 0.4.
It was 0.4.
0.4 grams of gold
In a QPEL and a half.
in a QPEL and a half.
Because our QPELs suck rocks.
They must come from Arizona. But anyhow.
Or China.
And so she spent quite a bit of time crushing it in the Mad Max mortar and pestle. And I explained to her that, and that's fine for the little stuff, but if you really
get a lot of stuff, yeah.
I just take the RC46, close up the rolls.
Yep, crush it.
So I went out, she gave me this little box of QPELs. I walked out there, fired it up, ran it through twice.
Yep.
Take it back in.
There.
And she's like, it's like, yeah, that fast.
Yep. Crush it right down to nothing.
So when are you going to build me a disc grinder?
Not planning to. I'm planning to keep my eyes open. But yeah, those aren't ideal things to build. The discs themselves are a little tricky because they got some complex shape to really work well.
Yeah.
I say it's not a complex thing, but without a machining, shop,
right,
it gets a little tricky.
Tell that to the people that invented them before the Industrial Revolution.
They didn't care. I mean, if they made stamp mills and all kinds of things too. They make, 50 cubic yard shovels right now. I don't need one, and it's a little pricey.
Yeah.
What was it? That prospector down there in Arivaca, he had one. Did he die? No, somebody he knew that died. He was selling some of his stuff. But yeah, he had a nice disc grinder, a big one. That would have been great. I don't think a Tesla coil has the amperage to do a Jacob's ladder, but I don't know. It definitely has the voltage. Not sure. Didn't think I do. We did make a really big Tesla coil in my physics class in high school. And before we fired it up, we called the local Marine Corps Air Station and said, if you suddenly get some bad static
radio
on your radios and stuff,
it's us.
Call this phone number here and we'll turn it off. Because we weren't sure. I mean, we were going to be putting out like 500,000 volts or something out of that thing. I have no knowledge of that mine. Not familiar with too many mines by Gila Bend per se, although it might be down near Ajo. There's a big copper mine by Ajo, which is 60 miles south of Gila Bend. But I'm not terribly familiar with that area.
Guacamole, Barron Trump is now almost 7 feet tall.
Wow. The youngest Trump is now the biggest Trump. Wow. Yeah, he was getting pretty tall. I mean, his dad ain't short, and he was already almost up there. Man. Oh. And you're going to, on your tinfoil hat report, are you going to be doing the Kaliningrad thing, little one?
Probably not.
Probably not.
I'd probably want to avoid some of that.
Well, there's not going to be a whole lot of commentary, but you guys might want to take a look at what's going on in Kaliningrad, which is a Russian enclave on the Baltic Sea that's access through Lithuania, and Lithuania has just decided they're going to cut off the access. This could bring up the price of gold. We'll see what happens.
Bring up the price of a lot
indirectly. It's a little bit of a a chain reaction thing, but yeah. Okay, Lars. Yep. Okay, Robert says, yeah. Just an old neon sign transformer to make a Jacob's ladder. I suspect the shipping would be outrageous.
Which is why he has not made me one yet.
Yeah,
Can't even have a Van de Graaff generator.
Yeah, just one of those, neon sign transformers. Of course, little one. We don't need one yet.
John's around Minneapolis somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know what.
I don't remember
what
exactly
the shipping
where,
cost would be.
Well, I'm going to be back there in August.
Oh, okay. That might work.
I got to run back in August.
So where are you at, John? Jim says he may be heading back out there in August.
And I got a friend I could even go down and pick something up if we find something. But
yeah,
have it for me. Hi, Zioxio.
Hey, Zioxio. I wanted to ask you something. Oh, by the way, I've still got some buckets of ore sitting over there at camp. If you're ever coming this direction and you could haul, 4 or 6 buckets of ore with you, they'd rather get them out of their storage. So, really? Yeah, it's over at camp there in Butte, the Center for Advanced Material Processing. We left some bulk stuff there in case they needed it for testing. Then we didn't do the testing. And yeah, some of them, that's absolutely true, Roberts. It's getting pretty interesting. Okay, Zioxio, yeah, whenever you're coming up here, you can just go over to camp and just let me know. I'll call them up and let them know you're going to pick it up. And that'll get it out of their storage. They called me up, about 5 months ago and asked me when we were going to get that.
I'm going to consult them.
Yeah. Okay, Lars, we didn't do it, but it might decrease the lifetime of the transformer. Ooh, again, I don't think you need to have enough current flow to maintain the arc and keep the ionization trail as it goes up. Yeah.
I don't think an ignition coil would give you that. It'd give you one pulse, hard pulse. But
there's a number of gold areas in Idaho. Most of them are in northern Idaho.
Some are central, kind of down there a ways too.
Yeah.
Actually, along the Montana border, after you cross south of here too, there's some areas of some gold and copper in there also.
Yeah, it's getting everywhere, Zioxio. I was up in Atlanta doing some dredging, Middle Fork of the Boise there. I know up further north towards the Panhandle, and again, like you said, toward the Montana border seems to be where most of it is.
Through central there, I can't, off the top of my head, I can't think of some of the drainages, but there's some good gold country in Idaho.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me, Lars. So how much of a resistor do you need? No, I don't. I'm not into drinking. I'm not into gambling. I'm just a very boring kind of guy. So I don't. I mean, that vodka bottle you were mentioning the other day?
Yeah.
You looked at it?
No.
Still that much?
No.
Yeah. Yep. Some potato-sized nuggets found in an old river channel in a YouTube video. Yeah, I've seen some of those like that, and I looked at it, and they didn't look like real nuggets to me, too. Yeah. The Golden Chest gold mine in Idaho. Lots of dredging piles in the area. Not sure what town. I also know when you go from Idaho into Oregon on the freeway there, and then you head up north, it's about 50 miles. There's a town there. You head west a little bit from there, and there's a lot of dredging and gold over there. I'm not sure. That's something that Chris knows. I'm sure it's some kind of electrostatic separation thing, but exactly how to do it and what it would do, I don't know. I wouldn't worry about it at this point.
There's his answer.
Yeah, Baker. Yeah, Baker, Oregon. Yep. I wouldn't want to hold a metal torch with a metal propane tank near a 25,000 volt electric car. Life could get interesting.
Like having a hand grenade.
Yeah, that's pretty good, Jeff. I could live with that, especially as when you're doing plaster, you don't have to crush like I do.
Yeah. Well,
You know,
yeah, plaster.
That kind of sucks. But you do what you got to do, man. Yeah, that's right, Roberts. It is. Oh, I know. We had a. Now, the nice thing about a Van de Graaff is very, very low amperages, just micro amps sort of thing. So you can take a 500,000 volt discharge and just, take it to your body, no problem. It just tweaks a little bit and stuff. And we had the generator set up on one of the little lab tables there in the physics class. And then there was, the seats were in the middle there.
Mm-hmm.
And Sandy, that was her name. And one of the characters in the class, they were running the Van de Graaff generator, and there was one of the reasonably good-looking girls in class named Sandy something or other was sitting there at the desk, and he's sitting there going, he goes, Sandy, and she looks up and he goes, zap, 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 zap. The physics teacher was not impressed. He was more than a little annoyed. Well, one time when I was doing Zeoxio, I had some mice that had infiltrated underneath my porch next to the travel trailer I was living in. They got in the house and they messed up some stuff, so I was rather annoyed. So I took an oxyacetylene torch, and I was underneath the porch. There's these little mouse holes. So I turn the acetylene on, stick it in the hole, sit there and hold it for a little bit, and pull it out, light it, poof.
Yeah.
And then these kind of black and singed mice would come out, whack.
You mean you didn't blow them up with fulminated mercury? Shame on you.
No, it got a good pow out of the hole.
Yeah.
And in his mouth, just kind of just boom. They were pretty well stunned. But yeah. So anyhow, that's what I've done with oxyacetylene and rodents.
You are rude.
Yeah, pretty much. They were rude
We
first.
had a guy in shop class that left, I don't know, turned the torch on and couldn't get it lit, and he laid the torch on the welding table with the fire brick.
Yeah.
It had an edge on it to hold the fire brick in place.
So the
It filled the table, and then when it did light, he blew all the fire brick off the table.
Oh, yeah. Acetylene's interesting stuff.
Yeah, it settled right into the table.
By the way, if you're ever filling a large plastic like trash bag with oxyacetylene mixture to make a very large boom. It's very, very important not to fill it with both gases at once, because
Static
as the sides
electricity.
separate, yeah,
The balloon creates static electricity.
yes, and it will initiate prematurely,
This has got to be a guy thing.
pretty much.
Oh yeah,
Same
it
person
was.
does
It
this
was.
stuff.
Oh yeah, it was fun to make stuff go boom
Oh yeah,
at one time at least.
yep. Yeah, acetone, Xioxio, or at least it used to be acetone. They may have something better now, but yep. No, it was rather surprising. Luckily, since I was the guy going to be setting the timer, I was wearing a helmet at the time. So the major issue was I got, see how you got these creases on your hand?
Yeah.
Well, I had one blister here, one blister here, and one blister here because I was holding it on the end of the torch like that, right? And in my upper thigh, through the jeans, I had a rash blown through because the little debris or whatever.
Yeah.
No, just
Oh, it slapped
blew it
you?
right through.
Ooh.
I agree, Goldstream.
It is
You know,
kind of fun to see what
some
they
of these
can
guys that have these YouTube channels that do things like Beyond the
Yeah,
Press
yeah.
and like that, those are hilarious to watch. Will a hand grenade actually do this? Apparently in
Oh my
Finland, you
God.
can get hand grenades.
do. Really?
Oh, yeah. Have you ever
Boy.
seen the Beyond the Press channel?
I think I probably have.
Oh, yeah. They got this guy that, well, one time they tried to send some small car and they launched it with dynamite. They built it like, it looked kind of like a space shuttle sort of thing. They tried launching it. They got it pretty high. They didn't get to orbit, but it was fun.
Yeah, we used to do that at the garage where I worked, is take all the airbags out after work and blow up all the airbags. That was kind of
Really?
fun. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hook a 12-volt battery to them and blow them.
That sounds like it's the Oxio, yep. But yeah, having a YouTube channel like that would be kind of just fun, wouldn't it? We get to do crazy stuff. What happens when you take the wheels off a car and replace them with saw blades and try and drive on the ice? Seriously, the same Beyond the Press channel. That's what they did. It was hilarious, some of the weird stuff they do. What happens when you take a 20-pound weight, heat it to white hot, and set it on the ice in the lake? Oh. Anyhow. So,
All right.
Eve and I are looking forward to getting out in the field, though.
I was all spring, and then the last 2 times we've been up on the mountain, it rained for days. It wasn't exactly fun.
See, I'll be working underground.
Well, that would be better, but that just that damp, wet. I don't know.
Well,
you're never really comfortable.
Let me show you something. This is what happens when Keith wants to go out into the field. See?
Yeah. Well,
all those sun things there?
Maybe.
Yeah. There's maybe partly cloudy Friday. The nice thing is the temperatures are reasonably good.
Yeah.
A little bit warm. When I'm working, I prefer it down
You're
in
up
the
a little
60s.
high, yeah. Higher elevation, though it won't be that warm.
So what do we got here? We got a bunch of rain.
Yeah,
Mainly
it's
the
still
north of us
hanging
right
around.
now. Yeah. Oh well. Such is life. I saw a video today on YouTube. 420 kilogram firework, a mortar shell.
Ooh.
They're loading it with a crane into the mortar. I mean, it's about a 4-foot diameter shell. Well, I'm sorry, Xioxio, but your theory has been disproved. Yeah, that's the one, Xioxio. That was pretty wild.
Impossible.
Yeah. Well, you know, sometimes we just invent words. Liberals can do it. We can invent words too.
Yeah.
Ours make more sense though, because we actually have definitions for them. Yeah, Lars, I can understand that. It's really interesting. People get upset when you misuse a word that they can't identify. They can't define it.
Yeah.
But if you don't
Use it
understand
right, yeah.
it, you're the one. I'm a little confused here, you know?
You're naturally confused.
Yeah, the first one did Xiaxio, but the next night the next one did. Yeah, it's that thing was supposed to get to 2,000 feet
Before,
and have a 2,400 foot flower. Yeah, 800 meters across. Yep.
Possible.
Yeah, that sounds about right, Xiaxio. Don't read what I type, read what I mean. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right, Billy. So it must be on your smartphone, huh?
Yeah, John, right.
That sounds like a good way to spend your time, Billy.
So
Cool. Anyhow, let's see. Just got a lot of stuff to do. But it feels like we're kind of turning the corner on a lot of these various things, at least.
Well, it's you keep working the issues out, and eventually you get there. It's like a lot of things in life, though. You have to put in the effort, and you have to not quit.
No, I don't, Xiaxio, at this point. I'm planning on getting one, but again, it's a matter of only have so many resources and time, and so whenever you're already filled up, because I'd like a good, long and short wave, a good mineral light, but a good one's going to run, I think about $150, $200 somewhere around there for a good one.
Fairly spendy for a decent one that you really would use.
Yeah, Chris, it very well might.
Yeah, it might.
Yeah.
Next big purchase is a laser printer.
Yeah, we got to do a laser print. That printer, by the way, it works just fine, but the cartridges don't last very long.
Yeah,
and they're getting pretty spendy now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can't find them anymore.
I tend to agree, Goldstream, but when I want to get one, what I'll do is I'll come on my live stream, someday and say, I'm ready to buy a UV light and get all your input from everybody. Because the only thing worse than buying a cheap light is buying the wrong expensive light.
Yeah.
And saying, I thought it was going to be worth it because it was so much money. It's like, no, it wasn't. So, with all these people who've got field experience, that'll be quite helpful. Oh my goodness gracious me! Oh
that
my.
already.
Well, I think I'll probably eat something before
yawning
Eva comes on, or my hands will be too tired.
You getting close, Eva?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my gosh, Billy, that's horrible. They should have given you safety glasses for that. Something that filters it. Huh. Cool, Xiaxio. Again, not on my priority list right now, but yeah, it's something I'd like to get here fairly soon. Maybe Jim will get one and let me borrow it, or maybe Lauren. Hey, Lauren, if you're still here, if you know some place where we can get a lab coat for Eva, that would be cool. Okay? Keep your eyes open. You too, Jim.
Yeah,
I'll reimburse you if you see one.
Oh, yeah, I will.
Now, define lab coat, little one. You seem to be rather specific.
A white laboratory coat like doctors wear on TV shows.
Yes, but not a smock. You know, I thought they're the same thing basically.
They button up the front with a single row of buttons, unlike a chef coat. And they have a pocket on the left side where you can stick your little thermometer or your pen holder.
That sounds good, Chris.
Everybody knows what a lab coat looks like. Good.
Hey, blind dude. Well, okay.
I want to look like Bones.
Lauren's got a couple good UV short and long wave white lights we can borrow if we need to.
Oh, cool.
You made Eva's night again.
Science stuff.
And how much does that cost, Billy? Goldstream, I prefer to keep the other one. Yeah, that's pretty good elevation up there, Phoenix Bro. It's not the warmth, it's the humidity where you're at, Tricky. Man. Yeah, it's sprinkling up here a little bit, but it's not bad.
Yeah, it wasn't bad today. It was kind of on and off, but at least we're getting moisture. That's better than forest fires already at this time of the year. So.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You know, you may be right, but if you motivate her enough, you may be wrong. She knows how to make electrons dance. Yeah. Okay.
All right, we're going to turn it over to Eva for a few minutes, guys. And
Sweet, Zioxio. That's better than I did with calculus. I'm not very good at calc.
I'm still trying to learn calculus. It's one of those things that's on my list, you know, along with string theory and discrete math and all kinds of other fun stuff. Hi, everybody.
Well, I told you I would show you about string theory, but then you said you didn't like bondage.
Hi, blind dude. Bear, you are a bad, bad bear. Stop it. Hi, Chris. Chris sent you a link to something, Bear.
Okay. See, what we do then is we click this, open in new tab,
Guten Abend, Glenn.
click that.
Okay.
There you
Yes,
go.
that is a lab coat.
Okay, so I'm going to star that. Done. Okay.
Yes. And it's the kind with wrist cuffs. Cool. Hi, Mr. Virtue. Well, Roberts, if I had something to practice calculus on, that would be kind of helpful.
Paper and a pencil.
My sign is not here.
Oh.
The goddess is beyond displeased at this moment. Thank you. You are a bad, bad bear, and you're getting lazy. He's falling down on the job, people. I think it's because of that whole testicle thing, you know. Yep, that is true, Chris. I do want cotton. But you see, I just really want to look like a scientist, you know. I mean, after all, I have a lab. It is a rather hoopty ghetto fabulous lab, but it is a lab. And if I'm going to be in a lab doing science things, I want to look like a scientist, which is why I want that Van de Graaff generator and the Jacob's ladder and the little thing with the blue bubbly liquid on the Bunsen burner. Got to look proper here, you know. Well, Chris, I usually work with cold solutions. Well, depends on what you call cold. I try not to handle anything that's over 120 degrees anyway.
Really?
And most of my things are 110. Yes, a retort. I definitely want a retort. What are you laughing at, Professor Hard Rock? I am a scientist. I need science shit, okay? Good Lord. How am I supposed to science without science shit, okay? I mean, this is just ridiculous. Exactly. Yes, Lars. To be an official scientist, I need a test tube rack with test tubes. I don't have any test tubes. I do have a centrifuge. Thank you, Lauren, for letting us borrow your centrifuge. I love it. It is so cool. Yeah, well, Chris, the stuff that's a little more than 120 degrees is in the furnace, you know. And yes, Billy, believe me, there will be a video when I have my lab coat on my pupils. So let's see what's in mining news this week. We already know that the rest of the news is entirely sketchy shit going on. For all of you in California, my condolences in advance, since you're apparently planning to raise your gas prices for some bizarre and unaccountable reason. Since you already have gas that's like $3 more a gallon than mine, this is going to be really bad news.
I must refuel.
And yes, the Oxio, I need a distillation apparatus for distilling mercury from amalgam, especially if I also want to make fulminated mercury. I hear it blows things up. Chris. Codelco unions ready strike after troubled Chile smelter shuttered. Workers at Chilean state-owned miner Codelco, the world's largest copper producer, said on Saturday they will start preparations for a national strike after the firm announced the closure of the troubled Ventanas smelter. Unions had threatened to strike for the past week if the Codelco board did not invest to upgrade the facility after an environmental incident sickened dozens of people. On Friday, the company instead chose to shut it down. The Federation of Copper Workers, which groups Codelco's unions, said it regretted the firm had assumed exclusive responsibility for the environmental episodes in the Puntucavi and Quintero area in an industrial coastal region. According to the agreement adopted with the support of our union bases, we will begin to prepare from this minute the national strike in all Codelco divisions, the FTC said in a statement, without giving more details. Our action will continue as long as the government and the Codelco board of directors insist on the closure of Ventanas and do not greenlight the resources to allow the Codelco smelters to continue as competitive and sustainable units. Codelco stopped work at the Ventanas smelter and refinery early in June to carry out maintenance after authorities declared an environmental emergency in the region. The closure will require the modification of a law that obliges Codelco to smelt minerals from the also state-owned Enami, coming from a small and medium-sized mining exclusively in Ventanas. Environmental activists have long called Quintero and its surroundings an environmental sacrifice zone due to successive episodes of pollution that had caused public health emergencies. The town is saturated with industries that also include the state oil company ENAP and chemical plants. That is quite a mess they have going on down there. Things are getting really sketchy. Things are getting really sketchy in Peru, too. As a matter of fact, there's been quite a lot of unpleasant press surrounding mining of all kinds in South America and mining of all kinds elsewhere. Between safety incidents and disasters at various places and a growing number of voices in the non-governmental organization community talking about the environmental hazards of mining. Just today, I read another article from somebody who said, well, why aren't miners mining? Well, the person who wrote the article, and I am not going to give you the source because they're absolute idiots, okay? The person who wrote the article had obviously never seen a mine in their life. They probably never talked to a miner in their life, since they said that miners are simply people who are supposed to be digging holes in the ground, and they should be digging holes in the ground regardless of profit motivation and other little details. Very interesting. It's not like this is an unusual opinion here. The rhetoric around mining is actually beginning to ramp up a little bit in the social media community because once again, a very popular meme has appeared and it's making the rounds, not just in conservative circles, it's making it out onto Twitter, TikTok, and elsewhere. This meme, in case you missed it, shows our favorite girl, Greta Thunberg, saying that she demands we all drive electric vehicles. The other half of the picture shows little children mining cobalt in Africa and says, we're mining as fast as we can, Greta. Now, it is interesting to note that the very same people online that are pushing for the Great Green Revolution are also beyond suspiciously silent about where the metals to support said revolution come from, including those little children in those cobalt mines in Africa. Apparently, some people are more acceptable to sacrifice for the greater good than others. The goddess does not approve of this. That goes without saying. Iron ore price sinks amid growing pessimism over demand outlook in China. All kinds of bizarre things are happening in Panda Land that are not making the news these days. There are more and more reports, including video taken by man-on-the-street type people in various cities in China, of runs on banks. Because apparently, some of the banks in Panda Land have decided, for bizarre and unaccountable reasons, that they're not going to allow depositors to withdraw their money. The goddess does not approve of banks that keep people's fiat. Even though fiat isn't money, if it belongs to you, you should be able to go get it when you want to. We've also seen very little news about the ongoing collapse of China's real estate markets and the ongoing lockdowns. There was also a major fire in one segment of Shanghai the other day. Apparently, a fertilizer plant decided to spontaneously go poof, which fertilizer plants do that occasionally. We're not adding that to the long and ever-growing list of American food production companies that are going poof in strange and unaccountable circumstances, but that's all coincidental. Absolutely coincidental. Also, in interesting news, Lord Malarkey, the squatter-in-chief in the albino McMansion, was once again saying the quiet part out loud this week when he was talking about how these rising fuel prices are going to hasten the transition to more green and sustainable fuel sources. Well, I don't know what diesel is doing in your neck of the woods, but in our neck of the woods, diesel is hitting about $5.89 a gallon at your average gas station. And the trucking industry is beginning to make more and more noises about how if freight rates don't go up again, they're going to have an awful hard time moving things. Quite expected. Also quite expected. Due to drought in the western states, these 7 or so states that depend on the Colorado River for water are expected to somehow stop using the Colorado River for water. So if you happen to be in one of these 7 states that gets Colorado River water, life is going to suck rocks. Now in Arizona, we already knew life sucked rocks because Arizona sucks rocks. The rest of you, I don't know. Okay? It is going to be a very, very tough year, people. So back to China and iron. The iron ore price plunged more than 8% on Monday as steel mills idled blast furnaces amid growing pessimism over the demand outlook in China. Benchmark 62% Fe fines imported into northern China fell 8.8% to $111.69 per ton,
the lowest since December 17th. Yeah, this chart is looking very rude and depressing. Okay. The most traded iron ore contract for September delivery on China's Dalian Commodity Exchange ended daytime trade 11% lower at 746 yuan, $111.60 a ton, the lowest since March 16th. Mining stocks also slid, with Vale down almost 8% from previous week, Rio Tinto down 7%, and Fortescue down 16%. Heavily subdued, COVID-afflicted domestic steel consumption, wow, that's quite a sentence, continued to weigh on China's ferrous complex, said Attila Widnell, managing director at Navigate Commodities in Singapore. China's strict zero COVID policy of constantly monitoring, testing, and isolating its citizens to present the spread of coronavirus has battered much of the country's economy. Well, color me totally unsurprised. The mainland reported 109 new coronavirus cases for June 19th compared to 159 a day earlier. Okay. Perhaps the goddess's math is wrong. But the last time the goddess checked, there were over 1 billion people in China. And they had 109 cases. 1 billion, lots of zeros, divided by 109. There's going to be a decimal point and lots of zeros. I don't know. Perhaps the goddess is having a blonde moment, but it seems to me that they're as pretty close to zero as you can get without being actually zero at this point. Steel prices have dropped to 16-month lows as inventory rises, analysts at Westpac said in a note. Blast furnace rates in Tangshan fell last week for the first time since mid-May, with industry consult MySteel saying in a note that more mills are cutting output to do maintenance due to weak margins. An index of Chinese steel profits has plunged by almost 90% so far this month. Wow, that's almost as bad as Bitcoin. With slow spot trades, steel product prices have plunged, with more steel mills now losing money and hastening planned maintenance, said Wei Ying, a ferrous analyst at China Industrial Futures. However, given the speed of the drop, iron ore may have been oversold, and there's likely to be a rebound in the second half. Yes, good news. Maybe. Downstream demand remains poor, with few spot trades occurring, and the bleak outlook for China's construction industry continues to test market confidence, MySteel said in a separate note. A raft of supportive policy measures from Beijing over the last couple of months have failed to result in persistent price gains. Wow. Government actions have failed to result in positive outcomes. Color me totally unsurprised. With risks due to the virus and the zero COVID policy continuing to hang over the market. Unless the real estate sector mounts a strong rebound soon, which remains far from certain, the tension between high output and weak demand will have to be resolved with lower prices, big cutbacks in production, or both, Gavakal Dragonomics said in a note by analyst Rosalia Yao. Yeah, things are looking very bizarre in Panda Land these days. Now, mind you, I'm not exactly terribly surprised. I'm also not exactly terribly upset. I have no short positions on anything Argonaut. I am sitting back with my virtual internet popcorn and watching the meltdown happen. We're going to be talking about cryptos in just a minute, as a matter of fact. Wow, the crypto market is getting bizarre. Now, just to recap some of the things that happened last week, and many more things have happened since. Celsius decided to stop trading to try to consolidate their position because they were having a serious liquidity problem. Luna 1 had crashed some time ago. Luna 2 came up and disappeared again, or went into some internet, Heisenberg uncertainty bubble of some kind. Three Arrows Capital was also reporting liquidity problems. Coinbase has laid off 18% of their staff, And they're saying that people like me that have a few random coins on their service may have their stuff confiscated if they go bankrupt, which is interesting. In the middle of all this, the Celsius community is rallying around their fearless leader because someone decided to start shorting Celsius for some bizarre and unaccountable reason. So, all over the Celsius sub on Reddit, they have been having mega thread updates on fighting the Celsius shorts. Apparently, if you want to borrow CEL now for some reason or another, the interest rate to borrow it is running around 2,600%. Now, there has been no real news out of the Celsius crew as to whether they're going to be coming back to life anytime soon, which does not surprise me. Meanwhile, Bitcoin is continuing to go down, and some of the biggest players in Bitcoin are saying that no, they are absolutely going to be fine despite liquidity problems, and no, they will not be selling, and they're holding firm. Ethereum is also down. Litecoin is down. This is dragging down just about every coin in the market. And it is so interesting to watch the number of people that are going all in and buying the dip. If they're not shit posters, I actually feel a little sorry for them at this point, because these are people that are racking up credit card debt and selling assets and going into debt very actively to buy the dip on Bitcoin because they are convinced that by the end of the year, it will hit a new all-time high of $100,000 for a single Bitcoin. Now, I will say right now, I actually hope that happens for them. I hope that all the people that are holding Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin, and everything else don't end up being bag holders. I don't necessarily agree that Bitcoin is entirely the path of the future, but I do see a place for it. Okay? I just have to wonder about the state of the market, because companies like Celsius, I looked at Celsius. They were giving you 18% interest and stuff like that. In this economy with no physical thing backing what you're doing, if you're saying that you can pay people double-digit interest, that's more than you get on the highest high-risk junk bonds on the stock market, which actually are backed by something physical. It just happens not to be anything useful, okay? To me, I looked at the way Celsius operated a while ago. They give people loans. They do all the same things that a bank does, yet they say they're not a bank. And now they're acting exactly like a bank that's having a bank run when they got into a liquidity problem because of their own mismanagement of the funds under their control. They halted all withdrawals. Yeah, so they're acting exactly like a bank. To me, there seems to be a kind of disconnect going on here. Because on one hand, you have people saying they want to embrace digital, decentralized currency for the people. Bitcoin, Ethereum, peer-to-peer stuff, no banks, no government. And they're leaving their Bitcoin in the hands of centralized exchanges that are operating exactly like banks. If you're going to own this stuff, if you don't hold the key, you don't hold the coins. You need to get one of those little wallet whatever thingies and put your coins on your wallet thingy. Whether you'll ever be able to use them when the shit hits the fan and the grid goes down, who knows? But the point is, as long as they're in somebody else's hands, somebody else can play fast and loose with them and loan them to other people. This is what happens with paper silver and paper gold. People that have their 401ks and their IRAs sitting in gold and silver backed funds are convinced that they own those ounces. But when you read the fine print, getting the physical ounces is damn difficult with a lot of these companies. And some of them over the years have entirely disappeared when too many people tried to get their physical silver out or their physical gold out. This is the thing with letting anybody else hold what you consider to be your assets. The goddess does not approve of banks. The goddess does not approve of Coinbase. The only reason those coins are in Coinbase that supposedly are mine is because I basically got them for free. And I pay no attention to them. Okay? If they disappear tomorrow, that's fine. Because Coinbase wanted more information from me for me to take my few little Bitcoins and Litecoins and things that now total less than $50 and move them onto a wallet. I would have needed the exact same financial information that I have to give a real bank to move money. And I'm sorry. I'm not going to give that kind of information to any company out there to get a hold of a bunch of ones and zeros that, I really don't have a way to spend anyway unless I use them to buy silver and gold on a coin shop. And I can do that without having a wallet. And I'll probably get around to doing it next week if I don't forget.
I will forget.
Yeah.
I mean, Goldstream, as I see it, yes. I mean, I can see putting some money in crypto. I don't necessarily, I don't see crypto as being a hard investment, so to speak. If I were going to throw money into crypto, I would throw it in when it's in the toilet. And when it has doubled and no more, I'd sell it and turn that money into something useful. I mean, yeah, I know it's the government making them obtain your info, which really says something to me. Because if I'm going to deal with something that is private and decentralized, then I don't want to have to do it through a group that is still reporting to the government, even secondhand. You know what I mean? It's a little bit of a conundrum, but it has been fascinating to watch these people because the very same people that are currently frantically buying the dip in all the cryptos and frantically using all of their funds to try to prevent the short squeeze on Celsius are the same people that constantly deride those of us who hold gold and silver because we're apparently flaming morons. Now, bear in mind, in 1971, silver was worth $1.30 an ounce. Currently, silver is worth $21 an ounce and it's undervalued. It's on sale. So is gold. When you look at the long term of things, the money that you want to hold as wealth should be in a physical form. It should not be ones and zeros. I do see a use for ones and zeros. What I would like to see is a return to sound money, but I don't see it happening anytime soon because that's not the way this world works at the moment. Sound money has rules, and psychotic people really don't like to follow rules because psychotic people do not have a consistent view of objective reality. So, we're kind of stuck with fiat for the moment. And on the good side, the economy is headed for a hard landing. Now, this message is not approved by Jerome Powell or Yellen the felon, because as far as they're concerned, they can still bring this economy in for a soft landing. I have not been impressed with them. The U.S. economy appears headed for a hard landing. After months of ignoring the steadily growing inflation problem, which, by the way, is a feature of fiat currency, this is not unexpected, never has been, the Federal Reserve is now using monetary blunt force by trying to rein in rising prices. Yeah, I suppose you could count Lord Malarkey planning to cancel the federal gas tax temporarily as part of that. Fed policymakers have effectively decided inflation is so out of hand, they're willing to induce an economic slowdown that will reduce aggregate demand for goods and services. The recent carnage in the stock market suggests the Fed's suddenly aggressive rate hikes are going to crimp consumer borrowing and hurt retail sales. They already have. Walmart is hurting, and that's bad news. Stocks, which are now fully in bear market territory, tend to lead the economy. The message of the market is that a recession is coming. Well, I think all of us know the recession is already here, even though it's not official till we get our second negative GDP. Claims to the contrary by Biden administration officials are less than convincing. Oh, that's a drastic understatement, especially given their track record of failing to recognize the inflation problem until it became too overwhelming to deny. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen went on ABC News on Sunday to try to paint a rosy picture of the deteriorating economy. I don't think a recession is inevitable, she said. Perhaps nothing is inevitable except death and taxes. But the latest economic indicators suggest yet another recession caused by bungling central planners is also inevitable. Bidenomics was predicated on fiscal and monetary stimulus propping up consumer demand. At the same time, the Biden administration took steps to suppress supply of critical products such as fossil fuels, going so far as to shut down pipeline plans and demand that oil companies stop investing in new sources of domestic production, only to later demonize them for not doing enough to alleviate record high fuel prices. Now the economy faces a reckoning over supply and demand imbalances. The housing market faces a reckoning after the fastest rise in mortgage rates since 1987. Sellers are now being forced to negotiate prices down so buyers can afford monthly payments. Meanwhile, housing starts, home construction permits, and mortgage applications are now falling rapidly. Other danger signs in the economy. The Atlanta Federal Reserve Bank's GDP Now tracker shows economic growth coming in at 0% this spring, down from previous projections of second quarter GDP gains. The Philadelphia Fed Business Index turned negative for the month of June, the first such contraction since the depths of the COVID lockdowns. Social mood is collapsing, with the latest University of Michigan survey of consumers showing consumer sentiment plunging to a record low. A recent survey found small business owners are feeling their gloomiest in nearly 5 decades. And finally, 59% of U.S. manufacturers now believe a recession is coming. The upshot is periods of great fear create great buying opportunity. Asset classes that are currently under pressure will eventually reach a bottom. Some markets may be at or near a bottom now. But with the economy likely to worsen before it gets better, risks remain high economically sensitive assets such as growth stocks and industrial commodities. Non-cyclical assets such as precious metals tend to be more resilient to economic risk. They may even benefit from an investor flight to safety, especially as it becomes clearer that in a stagflation environment, cash is no safe haven. The bottom line is the holders of hard assets, namely gold and silver, will be better positioned than those stuck in paper assets to survive this hard landing, which is absolutely true. I have no argument with that. In related news, global gold supply to fall after 2022. According to Kitco News, according to data by the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources of the Government of Australia, DISR, global gold supply is to increase by 2.7% to 4,791 tons in 2022 compared to 2021. It will then fall after 2022. In 2022, lower global scrap supply will be more than offset by higher gold mine production. Deiser said lower gold prices and improving economic situations in many households are likely to discourage the sale of gold jewelry. Adding as a result, gold scrap supply is forecast to fall by 2% to 1,127 tons in 2022. On the other hand, world gold mine production is forecast to increase by 3.7% to 3,692 tons in 2022, driven by increased production in Australia, Canada, the US, and Papua New Guinea. According to the report, in Australia, the world's second largest gold producer, a solid pipeline of projects is expected to bring the country's gold mine production to 305 tons in 2022. Production in Canada and the US is forecast to increase by 19% and 9.8% to 225 and 201 tons, respectively, in 2022. Production in Papua New Guinea is forecast to increase by 31% to 55 tons in 2022. Go Papua. Driven by a restart at Porgera Gold Mine, which has been in the care and maintenance phase since April 2020. Deiser added after 2022, the world gold supply is projected to fall at an annual rate of 0.7% to reach 4,630 tons in 2027. Driving the fall will be lower gold recycling activities. Gold scrap supply is projected to decline at an average annual rate of 4.6% over the outlook period to 888 tons in 2027, as lower gold prices discourage gold selling in major jewelry consuming markets such as China and India. Offsetting the fall in gold scrap supply is a forecast net rise in gold global mine production as new mines come on stream and new mining expansions occur. Outlook is forecast to rise until 2024, reaching 3,767 tons before falling in 2027. Deiser said the decline in production in the final 2 years of the outlook period will be due to the closure of unprofitable gold mines in many parts of the world. Adding profitability will be squeezed by rising production costs and lower prices. Gold output in Australia is expected to increase until 2025 to 2026, propelled by mine expansions and new projects coming online. New projects in Canada, Chile, Brazil, and Argentina are likely to increase gold output in North America and Central and South America by 2026. However, Deiser pointed out a continuation of strict environmental regulations and industry consolidation will see gold production in China, the world's largest gold producer, fall over the outlook period. Personally, I think I'm going to put this particular government institution, even though it is not an American one, in the same category I put all our American ones, in that everything they say is 100% the opposite of reality on the ground. Yes, we do have rising prices in production costs. I do not see gold or silver prices staying artificially suppressed. They absolutely can't do so if you want to move forward this whole Green New Deal bullshit that everybody is promoting here. It just can't happen because so many of the things that we build still do use some gold in them. And yeah, I can see people not selling jewelry, but I can also, on the other side of that, see people saying, gold is so cheap right now and I have money, I'm going to buy more jewelry. So I have to wonder about the data set that they're putting in here. I can absolutely see gold production falling for a couple of reasons. I can see silver production falling too for a couple of reasons, and they're basically the same reasons. Government interference, rising production costs, and labor issues. Because as it stands right now, those are the biggest problems that mining companies are facing now, and why they are not digging as many holes in the ground, to quote that ridiculous article I read, as they used to. Because how are you supposed to dig more holes in the ground if the price of your product is the only product out there that is not rising with inflation? How are you supposed to dig more holes in the ground if every government agency on the planet, including ones that are not in your own damn country, is stopping you from doing so? And then there's labor issues. We are coming into a ridiculously important period for our industry, not just for silver and gold, but for everything. Copper, nickel, lead, cobalt, the works. We're coming into a very, very important period in our industry because we're going to be getting more of this collision between the vision of these psychotic individuals that are running the world at the moment and the reality. Their vision is some sort of a low population, tech-centric, humans doing nothing utopia with 100% carbon, zero emissions, and everything like that. Reality is none of that happens without what our industry does. None of that happens without the metals they hate so much. And even if you started recycling every scrap of copper, nickel, tin, and the other 50 metals on the critical metals list, instead of landfilling them, you could not meet the demand. So while I appreciate that article from this Australian government agency, I disagree with their premise. That's where we stand on that issue. Yep, exactly, Rock Butcher. We need to find more gold mines. But that is the thing, is everything we are seeing right now says that our metals, gold, silver, should be going up. Heaven knows everything else is going up. Though I will say, I got some beautiful yarn on clearance today at Hobby Lobby. It is so pretty, and it's pink. I'm going to have fun. But everything else is going up. And that means that sooner or later, gold, silver, and all our other metals are going to have to come up, because we are now beginning to reach the point where more and more mines are going to have to say, we cannot mine this year at these prices. We've already had a couple of smaller mines elsewhere in the world that have told their stockholders, we can't do it this year. We can't, because we can't do it at these prices. And sooner or later, the psychotics that are running the Green Deal bullshit are going to have to wake up and smell the coffee and realize that you cannot make this dream world that they want without the holes in the ground. You can't even make our current world without the holes in the ground. And that's when we all need to be willing to speak up as a group. Everyone from the smallest weekend prospector to the big boys like Rio Tinto have to be able to speak up as a group around the world and say, okay, we've got you over a barrel now. You people are going to actually have to allow us to do our job.
Like Russia?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. In other news, there is still a shortage of distilled water. Bye.
He who has the stuff you need sets the price.
Yep.
Well, right now, LME and COMEX set the price, which should stop.
Well,
Hey, Rock, how is it going?
He did ask you about doing those tests earlier there too. So.
Okay. I was too busy playing with myself over there.
Yeah, it was back further, but
Which pastor was that? That I'm sure it's not Pastor. Oh, what's his name? You know the guy from Eastern Europe. Anyhow, how's it going, Rock? Hey, we had a little segment on what you offered me earlier. We're working to generate the samples to test the things that we need tested. We've got some partially loaded resin to test, the ratios of different elements. and fully loaded resin. And this one here is an especially interesting one to me because we had a phenomenon that apparently occurred previously where when we oven dried the resin, gold seemed to evaporate. So this was actually oven dried, whereas most of the other samples are going to be just room temperature dried. And one will come in wet, you'll have a blank, and yeah, you're going to have real trouble figuring out which one is the blank.
I'm sure
Not
he'll
really.
be totally mystified.
I doubt it.
Yeah, totally
I doubt
mystified.
it. If
Exactly.
everything's working right, he'll figure that one out right away.
Okay, if you're using black puck molds and you load it in the dark, you might be able to keep yourself blinded to which is what. Either that or have somebody else, load stuff for you or whatever. But so we're going to be testing a number of different things besides just the loading of the resin and things like that. It's like the secondary elements that may be loading into the resin, and whether or not they seem to be adversely affecting the loading of the gold or not, we shall see. The drying specification, that was a really weird one. Thanks, Chris. At 145 degrees drying temperature, you wouldn't think there would be any variation in the amount of gold in the dry resin, but we found a significant difference. So, as I say, we're getting those all prepared, and then we will send them out. Yeah, we're heading out in the field tomorrow, so probably on the order of the beginning of next week. Okay. I suspect next time we have a live stream, they will be on their way along with the various. Now you don't want a whole lot of instructions, do you? But anyhow, well, he wants to stay blinded as possible because
that's fine. You got them coded and
Blind is good.
Yep.
Blind tests are better. Just there's no.
Yeah, you don't have any prejudice.
It is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. All the ones that are the same color, that'd be slightly different colors and this and that, but it won't give you too much. What is the cheapest way to find out what's in your rocks? The question, Andy, is what do you mean by what's in your rocks? Are you talking just gold and silver? Are you talking about everything in general and things like that, or not? If you're just talking gold and silver, if you can't do it yourself, you can have a fire assay done for anywhere from about $25 on up to way more than is reasonable, but roughly around $50. If you're looking for everything else, then you want what's known as a multi-element analysis. And this is a little more variable depending upon the lab. If you go to a major company that does geochemical analyses and stuff, it should run you somewhere around $40 plus sample prep or another 10 or $20. And there may be a minimum charge.
Technically, you can take it up to 150 a sample or so.
Setup charge or whatever.
Easy. Yep.
But
ALS.
what you want is, was it ALS Global that we used?
It was ALS.
ALS Global in Reno or
It takes a long time,
Tucson.
and it's the cheapest.
The problem with a big company is that it takes them a long time because you're not one of their major customers. So you just kind of get your samples thrown in there when they want. So you're probably looking 4 to 6 weeks return time. If you look around and find a local company that you can walk into, for example, I used to live in Tucson and we had some there, and it was fairly simple to get done. Now they've got minima and this and that and the other, but just assume a minimum of about a 1 month turnaround time for a big company. They will do a good job.
Yeah.
You got multi-billion-dollar projects riding on their results.
Yep.
Therefore, they do it right. Because if they don't do it right, they will get their asses sued off. Plus, they have to meet a bunch of certifications.
Yep, criteria.
And they have to keep recertifying. Essentially, they have to be inspected
And tested. Yeah, tested.
Verify that they're actually doing things properly. And okay, ALS Global, they're good. I've dealt with them before. They gave me
Time
good
frame
results.
wise, though, I had a lot of problems with ALS.
Yeah, probably 4 to 6 weeks.
Oh yeah, at
somewhere
least,
around there.
and sometimes longer, and that was really a downer.
Yeah. They don't have a minimum charge, but there is a setup charge for each set of samples of like $30 to do the paperwork and this and that. So they're reasonable prices. They're good company.
They're good. Yeah, they're good at what they do. It
but
just
you're not going to get fast service.
You didn't get priority if you only had 5 little samples.
I
or
think
10
you can pay a priority.
Well, you
fee,
can.
But I imagine it would be pretty pricey for someone small like us. You know, like if you want to pay an extra $200 on top of it for 3 samples, you might get it in a week.
Well,
but yeah.
And that's true, Rock. You know, a lot of times, the more you're using them, though, as a customer that's already in their system, they'll keep fitting you in better. Also,
the other one I had was it used to be called Skyline Labs in Tucson. I believe now it's Act Labs, but I'm not sure. And they can also do neutron activation analysis. But just check around with those. ALS has got several big labs in several places. I think Act Labs has several big labs in several big places out west here and stuff. They've also got a nuclear reactor in Canada. But yeah, you're not going to get high speed. In our case, speed's important. So I pay happily $45 a sample to Hiddle because I get results in a week, and he's reasonably good. I've double checked him and never found him.
All you're looking for is gold and silver. For at least for now, you can always do other testing, and when you get those results, you'll know what it is.
Yeah. And well, it depends on what you need to know, Roberts.
Yeah, it can be, any information is useful, Roberts. It's just, the time frame can kind of, this type of year, it can really screw you up if you're out there getting samples right now, hoping to do some further work later in the season. And by the time you get the results, you're back into winter. It didn't help you in that aspect. But
yeah, and again, I believe, they have a rush fee listed. I never inquired about it, but I presume that means if you want to pay for your nose, we'll put you to the front of the line. I simply don't know what front of the line and pay through the nose means because I haven't inquired in detail. But they do have what they call a rush fee. So you could inquire on that if you do need to have stuff in a big hurry.
Right.
A lot of times, especially with the intermediate sized companies and stuff, they're taking a lot of samples and sending them out. So by the time the results are coming in, they're still sampling.
Right.
They haven't run out of things to do.
Their sampling program is extensive. Like Rock said, if I'm sending them 10,000 samples, they're going to give you a little priority in there as to you're a customer. You're a major customer.
Well, also, if you send in a batch of
keeps their
300 samples, they'll put you right there and get it going because it gets very routine and very efficient when they're just processing sample after sample after sample.
Yeah.
That's possible, Rock. I say I've never tried to use it, but this is why you have to think about your sampling program well ahead of time. Yeah. And like last fall,
and timing is everything on that sampling program.
Yeah. Last fall, I was working hard to get the ore at the ranch before I got closed out so that I would have something to do while waiting to get back there.
Right.
So you really have to think ahead and say, okay, what's going to be my bottleneck when? and how is that going to affect other things and the secondary and tertiary and quaternary effects of all these things, so that you try and keep moving steadily and usefully
forward.
Here's what I'm doing right now, just in terms of kind of testing with it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different things at once.
Yep.
It's not like I'm doing it at the same moment, but I'm doing them in parallel, so that I'm always able to accomplish something useful.
Yeah, you're getting information
at any moment in time.
all the time.
Yeah. So you need to think about that when it's important. If it's just a hobby, then it's a different story. But if you're actually trying to accomplish something in a particular time frame, you got to figure out how everything fits together and what's the most critical thing.
So would we, Tricky.
Rock, I presume I can share these results with everybody, correct? I was presuming that's what was going to happen. Yeah. Yep. Well,
yeah,
that's the sort of thing. It's like, could you please give me my money back? I paid you for a rush. You said you'd have it by this date. It's not here. Therefore, the rush fee is not legit.
Yeah, waive it. But
what lab was that, by the way, Rock? If we may ask.
Probably one up there in Canada.
Yeah, it could be ACT Labs or ALS.
It could be.
Yeah. When I say big, I mean big. I'm not sure how many ACT Labs.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's the sort of thing where you might.
But, with all the mineral interest right now, you probably have 15 other companies doing exactly almost in the same time frame you're doing it. So they're being buried also.
Well, and it's a very cyclical industry.
Very much.
For those who aren't aware of the large mining industry, but are more in the prospect, the large mining industry is very, very cyclical. And like right now, when we're looking at a big recession coming up, possibly, and a bunch of instability and question marks, some of the companies that are mining things like iron and copper and like that are looking at their situation going, okay, do we need to pull back? On the other hand, when you got people that are doing like rare earths and nickel and stuff like that are going to be needed if these policies continue, they're just going crazy, because all of a sudden the governments want 5 times what we had last year. Well, you can't do that.
No, it's not a light switch.
But you can work really, really hard and get maybe twice. So that's what they do. They just vastly increase their efforts. That's also why, for anyone who's thinking of a profession in the big mining industry, and getting a degree like you, Zeoxio, make sure you get the most versatile degree you can while still having one that's applicable to what you want to do.
Right.
For example, when I went to Dr. Raghavan at University of Arizona and said I was thinking of getting into extractive metallurgy, he said, no, you don't want a degree in extractive metallurgy. You want a degree in materials science with a heavy emphasis on extractive metallurgy. That will get you a mill extractive metallurgist type job anywhere. Perfectly good degree for that, just as good as if you had a degree in extractive metallurgy. But
you could also
when you're in one of those 10-year slumps, when every mining company is laying off, so you got laid off and there's no jobs available, you can go work for a plastics company, a steel mill, a concrete company, whatever. You're perfectly qualified to do the job. Then when the industry comes back, you can see about jumping back into it. Hey, Bryce, how's it going?
Is it raining up there, Bryce? Looks like it from here.
Yeah, Mr. Virtue, I can understand that.
Yeah.
But so that's, I thought was very wise advice. And it applies to a lot of things in terms of getting qualifications. Try and become as broadly qualified as you can while still being as intensely qualified as you need
in what you're really
for what
interested
you
in,
want to
yeah.
do. That way, everybody gets sidetracked in life. You never can get to do what you want, when you want, every time you want.
No, and
it's
mining,
nice to have options.
mining is like a 50-year cycle too, where you have times where you go into mining and then you're coming out of mining. And that's historically been a problem because of the, the way the world financing and things work on that 50-year cycle of events.
I think it's probably more of a 25 to 30-year cycle.
It depends on what mineral.
industries.
You're right.
Yes.
But there's some things that are fairly constant all the time in agriculture or something like that. But mining definitely has that cyclical.
Very cyclical.
There's financial money and exploration money going in. Like now, there's a lot of exploration stuff going on the last year or two,
Really
where
ramped
we
up.
haven't seen that since really in the 70s and or maybe in the early 80s. So it's been a long time since we've seen that kind of activity.
Yeah.
And it's worldwide.
And that's true too. I remember when, I don't know, a decade or so ago.
Yep.
Hi, dump truck. If you had like a bachelor's degree in mining engineering, you could get a job in Australia for 70 grand starting. And I've seen times where if you have a bachelor's degree in mining engineering, you can't get a job.
Yeah, you couldn't get a job. Good luck.
Yeah, Rock.
Yeah,
I understand.
That's the advice.
If you have broad knowledge, for example, I can do construction work. I'm sure you can too.
Yep.
And you can do mechanical stuff.
Yep.
I hate wrench turning.
See,
what the hell?
I don't mind it. It's just I never wanted to do that as my full-time job. But, if I'm working on my excavator, a dozer or something, I don't mind it. It's
got to be done.
Well, when you grow up on a farm, you learn to work on whatever's in front of you because you can't call a mechanic constantly and have them come out and fix it or haul it in. And, so you learn to kind of be a jack of all trades in a way. Yeah. And in mining, that actually fits fairly well for coming from that background.
That's a good classification criterion, Rock Butcher.
Yeah,
exactly. And this is the thing. Also, when you do work, and this is my philosophy, always do the best job you can.
Definitely.
Don't oversell yourself, but you can overwork yourself, but don't tell them I can do this great. If you can't do it great, or you're not sure, say, look, I should be able to do that, but I don't know.
Here's the limitations.
Exactly.
Or, what are the issues?
Because honesty
is worth a lot.
Well, in many places doesn't pay a whole heck of a lot. When it does pay, it pays big dividends because people will trust you and they will sit there and say, I need somebody to do kind of an odd job that I have to be able to trust. And right away, 95% of the people are out of the just on the trust part.
Yep, they're out of the loop. So definitely that the networking with the right people and being an outstanding person in what you're doing as much as possible.
Yeah.
No, there isn't, Rock. I mean, you have to know your own limitations and say, I don't know if I can do that by myself, or can I get an assistant, or is it all right if I consult with somebody else as I'm going through this process? And most of the time it's a yes, but it's being honest.
And if you're not honest, sooner or later it will tend to come out, either in the results or when it's like, well, this guy says he knows what he's doing. Why does he keep changing stuff?
Right.
Whereas if you said, I'm really not sure, I think I can figure it out, but it may take a little while. What I'm doing, I say, somebody asked me, who's involved with this project a while back, says, well, why don't you know how to do that? It was in fun, because I said, I'm not sure how to do it. And they said, Well, why don't you? I said, because I'm getting paid X amount of money. If you want someone who just knows how to do that, you're going to pay about 10 times as much.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. We can get the experience and just get the checkbook out.
well, I enjoy what I'm doing. My wife enjoys what we do. We have a good time. We're enjoying life. We don't need a lot of money to be happy. Somebody, I believe it was today, sent me a comment. Basically, you could make a lot more money playing YouTube,
Yeah.
and there's people who do,
Well,
like a Jeff
but
Williams.
It becomes a full-time job though. And it becomes entertainment instead of like this, walking through a process or building a process. In a way, you're building a small process.
My wife goes, I'm a scientist. And
right.
in a very real way, she is.
Yeah.
This is.
Yeah, it's a learning curve. And life is about learning. I mean, when you quit learning, you're dead.
She's a scientist at a certain level of education and knowledge that's gathering that knowledge both through research and experiment and literary research.
I am an old school scientist.
Well, it gets real.
And it's fun.
It is
if
fun.
you're the right personality.
Right. Well, if you want to learn it, you can learn it.
Yeah. And so we're having a wonderful time doing what we're doing. We feel, does anyone feel safe and secure right now? If you do, you're an idiot, in my opinion. Okay. But I feel as safe and secure as I could, short of being extraordinarily rich, and then I have a bunch of other insecurities and problems.
Right. Create
You know.
more. Yeah.
But it is,
and
I'm doing pretty good. And I'm happy, and life is interesting. I feel blessed. I presume Eva feels blessed.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And what more? Why worry about more than that? Put your nose to the grindstone, do the job, have fun, and
you keep building on your knowledge base. You're learning.
Oh yeah, I'm learning a lot. And this is with the Eco Goldex. It's a royal pain in one way. It's not known very well.
Well, it's not a simple process you're doing.
And that is one of the things that makes it more fun is that we really are researching stuff where we don't have the information, and we can't find anyone who does have the information.
Well,
yes, she is, Mr.
You've been
Virgin.
able to define some of the information that you need as you go, though. I mean, you are building that information. You may have more information on that product than a lot of people.
That's hard on some noses.
Want to become guru?
I'm sorry, you're not going to get the high points for tonight. Chris is way ahead of you there, but yeah, that's not bad.
I don't know about anybody else, but I'm just trying to become a guru.
Yeah. So let's say we're having a good time.
Andy's got a question there for you, Eva.
Yeah.
What?
He said, why would his bismuth splatter out of his cupels?
I don't see that. Where are we? Andy?
Right there.
Oh, there.
Yep.
Okay. Why my business splattered out of Cupid pills? She has no
Moisture?
experience with bismuth.
Well, it's lead mainly.
Well,
that type of a.
On your bismuth, what temperatures are you working with, and when is it spattering? Because I haven't worked with it yet, but I can give you some general information on spattering. Move over, Bear.
Rock Butcher, I think, has some specific knowledge of these things.
That could be. I would agree with that one.
Yeah, too much bismuth is one serious possibility. As I said, I don't have any direct experience with bismuth yet. I want to play with bismuth. I'm hoping we find some when we do our multi-element analysis so I can figure out how to get it out of the mine. Wasn't even half full. Did you have any radical temperature changes?
1750, so that's plenty high for that.
1750 might even be a little bit too high for bismuth.
I don't know. Anyone know? And this is fun too, where we're kind of group thinking stuff, you know?
I shall go do some fast research.
Uh-oh.
We have a computer.
It's like
I
putting,
can Google for
like
you.
putting a hound dog on something there.
Well, see, but notice the enthusiasm.
Absolutely.
That's what makes life interesting.
Yeah, and you can find.
Okay. I'll sandwich you.
Yeah,
But-
you're gonna sandwich. Melting gold and mercury and borax and have it not melt.
No, I don't really have a safe enough place where I'd feel good
Yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah.
do that.
vaporizing
Ideally,
mercury.
I wouldn't do that. You know, it's not a good program. You really want to get a retort there and smoke that mercury off into your retort before you start smelting it.
Yeah. Yeah, the vaporized mercury is extremely dangerous.
Yeah, you do not want to play with vaporized mercury.
Yeah.
Not fun stuff. Yeah, stay away from
Oh.
mercury. I agree with that. Without a
Well.
retort, I wouldn't go near it.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely rules to work with it, and you want to understand those rules of working with it.
Yeah, since I'm not an expert,
You
I
know.
don't give you any advice except basically stay away
Well,
from it.
I advise people not to use it either. You know, I've used it for mopping up fine gold and things like that. But there's definitely rules to you playing with it that you want to follow a safety protocol that's not going to get you in the end.
Rockledger says you need a gram or so, and Andy's saying,
Yep.
well, I was using about 40 grams.
So
yeah,
it was just,
that's
it
exactly
was just
why.
too much.
According to everything I'm reading right now, Andy, you only need a really small amount if you're using bismuth for refining instead of lead. Yeah, holy crap.
Well, that's
Did
where
it look pretty when it's
that's a
melted?
good reason right there then, Banks, to get a retort.
Yeah.
And you'll be able to recover the mercury with a retort too. So if you do want to use it at some point later on or you take it out of the waterway or the system, you know, with the cinnabar, you can take it out. But having a retort at that point, put that gold and mercury in the retort, pull the mercury off of it. And if you have to do it twice, and then take that gold and then smelt it, and be careful even at that point. But it's just so much safer and environmentally friendly.
Yeah, according to what I'm reading right here, people use bismuth as a collector because it's got a lower melting temperature at only 530 Fahrenheit. And it's cheaper than lead.
Okay. People in the old days, yes, they would mine usually cinnabar
Yeah.
and then heat it and essentially retort it.
Yeah. But they were trying to catch the mercury.
You're trying to prove Indians were mining gold there? They probably were. But they may also, a lot of cultures didn't actually mine hard rock gold. They mined placer gold. And, you know, I mean, that was the majority of the gold source in the ancient world and amongst Aboriginal people was placer gold because it was easier to find.
Well, Andy, if you're trying to prove Indians mined there, when do you think they mined there? Because your proof might be easier to do simply by the age of the
Archaeological?
strata than anything else. Because
Bear in mind, the oldest underground hard rock mine in the world where gold was found is like 5,000 or 6,000 years old.
Well, a lot of the
In New England, huh?
Yeah.
In New England, it would have been placer gold because
Well,
it's
saying
not
he's
like there's over much.
1600s, yeah, that makes it kind of, you know, hard to tell because there were some white people there. It was the early 1600s. You might be able to get where there weren't really any, but by the end of the 1600s, there were. Oh, by the way, I heard a funny joke. It's supposedly a true story. When Mahatma Gandhi visited England one time back in the 30s or whatever, and he got playing, a reporter asked him, "What do you think of Western civilization?" He said, "I think that would be good to get some."
It's a hydrothermal deposit, huh? Whereabouts? I come from Massachusetts originally.
See, the hydrothermal can also deposit the mercury.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, at least 1600.
Yep, they have been, Rock Butcher.
Yep. Yeah, gold goes back, especially gold goes back.
Bo
a long
Nash and
way.
I have also seen reference to cupels made out of deer horn. I'd love to know what kind of deer they were talking about specifically so I can make some. And also cupels made out of beechwood, which I also want to look into. But finding the historic references as to how they made a cupel out of beechwood is proving to be a little bit difficult.
Probably be the ash, wouldn't it?
I
Yeah.
would think so.
They would ash it or
Yeah.
carbonate it.
As you can see, Eva has this thing that she's also like, oh, I need to make this. And it's like,
Well,
no, you can just buy it.
You see, he's not getting this. The reason I want to know how to make all this is because when we go from shit hits the fan through the end of the world as we know it and reach Mad Max, I'm going to be the only person who knows how to make
You've
soda
learned
ash
it.
and everything else we need to continue working.
Did you hear that? She says, I'm not getting any. Yeah.
And yes, I do want to try magnesia cupels. I intend on making some of those too. Interesting, Andy. New Hampshire. I've got relatives in Laconia, actually. And my father came from Manchester.
Yeah.
It's granite.
Yeah, you see, my thing is I want to become a Mad Max miner. I want to have my own YouTube videos where I'm doing all my Mad Max mining Victorian style or earlier, zero industrial shit. Then I shall become a guru.
Yeah.
Now, Andy, when it comes to hard rock, springs can often be a good indication of where a fault line is.
Oh, yeah.
So,
There's quite a few fault lines in New Hampshire.
Yep.
Plumbing system
There
of
have been
some
earthquakes.
sort.
I can tell you that.
yeah,
There was earthquakes in Massachusetts around that period of time. Purgatory Chasm was one.
but I mean, like that mine years ago where I was in Oregon there, they found that because there was a spring there, and then they found that there was gold in the rock at the spring. And that's why. You get a fault line, you get the mineralization, you get, some oxidation. Now you got porosity, and voila. Yeah. So, yeah, springs can sometimes be, and a line of springs is a real good indication that you got a fault line there.
Yep.
Oh,
Or a lot of springs at the same elevation.
okay.
There's a lot of little things to pay attention to as you're looking. Any other good questions, guys?
Yeah.
I want some bismuth now. I want to see how well it works compared to lead for refining.
Yeah, Chris. I mean, there's, the more you're in the field and you start to understand, there's a lot of different good indicators to pay attention to, but sometimes you can look at them and not even see them until you maybe you're on the other side of the mountain looking at something else at a similar elevation, or like you say, a different tree line, vegetation changes. There's a lot of little indicators to help you find certain
Vegetation
things.
changes are a big one. The
Definitely.
green is
Yeah,
a different
well.
shade of green with a lot of minerals.
Well, Rock, I don't know about Burkina Faso, but up in Gallup, New Mexico, I worked at a mine, and they had long hole drilling to dewater it since we were 1,000 feet underneath the water table. And it's probably not the brightest thing, but I did drink from some of the holes a couple of times. Rock says use the same amount of bismuth as you would lead. Okay.
Well, then I'd have to do it for smaller samples because we're still ending up with 50-gram lead buttons because
Okay.
of the damn resin.
Are you talking in the assay or in the refining cupellation, Rock? I mean, because we're winding up with what 50-gram buttons are you saying, little one?
Hold on.
Seems about right. We're putting 60 grams of litharge in, and almost all of it's reducing.
You see, the problem we're having is because dealing with the stupid resin, you need to have a lot more litharge than I would like to be able to use for a 10-gram charge of resin. So I have to use 60 grams of litharge. I'm ending up with about a 50-gram button, which is a pain in the ass, and it really annoys me because I want to get my lead back, pissing me off.
She gets excitable at times.
I don't like things going away.
Okay. 30-foot cliff and the quartz is busted out about 6 inches in. Yeah, you get fractured quartz. That's a good. But what kind of
Indication
color
of
is
plumbing.
the quartz? Is
Right.
it white or is it stained? Pretty much rock. Yeah, we're not really assaying rock at this point.
I'm going to be assaying.
We're pretty much smelting
rock.
the.
I'm going to be assaying rock next week and the week after.
Okay, yeah, she wants to get into the rock assay too, but haven't got there quite yet. Again, we have a lot to learn and a limited amount of time. Is Qpelling viable for production? Depends on the situation. I mean, if you can do a Qpel and wind up with, in our case, a gram of gold, that's $60.
I can give you some insight on this because I did my production test last week. Move over again. So anyway, last week I was doing production tests. I wanted to see how I could do at absolute mass production with my one little furnace and dealing with things. And in the course of an 8-hour day, I was able to produce 8 beads. Now, if, as Professor Hardrock said, those 8 beads had all been 1 gram gold beads, that would have been perfectly darn good for 8 hours work. They weren't, but that's another story. The whole forest is mined, every hill just deep enough that it could be done with no tools. That is quite possible, yeah.
Stained quartz. Yeah.
Rock Butcher, I have tried using less than 50 grams of litharge, and we are not getting a full breakdown of the stupid resin beads. The resin beads are entirely the problem here, so I'm still doing some workarounds on that. But I really, really am focusing on trying to do that. I was able to get as low as 30 grams of litharge on a 17-gram charge of completely roasted and basically just flour beads. But down to ash. But when I tried to go below 30 grams of litharge, I did not get full recovery and things were messed up in the crucible. It was bizarre. Andy says his rock is stained.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds about right then.
Yep.
Yeah, it sounds like you've got some really old mines there, whether they were Indians or the first white men that showed up. It would depend on other things you'd have to find in the area, I would think, because there would have been white people mining if there was things to mine too. Whether or not your mines come from Indians or your mines come from white people or a combination of the two, I'm not sure how you'd find out other than looking for indications of the types of tools.
There's a lot of historical reference that, there was Europeans mining like upper Michigan and stuff way back. So
Rock says we're wasting our time.
Looking at history from other perspectives, because some of the copper mining in the upper peninsula of Michigan and Isle Royale and stuff they don't know when that mining happened, but it wasn't the Indians.
Well, in terms of charge, when I took 1 gram of resin and a certain amount of litharge, I don't remember what it was. I want to see how much the resin would reduce of the litharge. And she's absolutely right. We were trying to roast the resin first to oxidize it primarily. And it seemed like we had some pretty significant losses in gold. So we're kind of trying to rearrange to more of an elution situation now. to get more speed, because it's pretty slow. But that's the problem, is that that resin is, it's a lot of carbon and a lot of hydrogen and who knows what else, and it takes
And
a
the
lot
other
of lead
problem I have
oxide
is my
to oxidize
furnace is
that.
tiny and my Q-Pels suck rocks.
No.
She's also not thoroughly pleased with the quality and size of the equipment she's having to deal with. Oh, and the laboratory stuff is not her standards
Well,
too.
how you expect me to work properly without a lab coat is beyond me.
Yeah, Dobby. Not only, and another problem is, let us assume that the Indians were mining it first, and then the settlers came in and took over. You're going to have evidence of both at the same spot, but the more recent evidence is going to tend to be the settlers, and they will tend to have dug in the same places and deeper. So it's going to be a really tricky one. Okay, where's my little thing, Tricky? Sodium hydroxide. Okay. Well, I know that sodium hydroxide doesn't go 50-50 with water, so I presume you're talking about a sodium hydroxide solution. NaOH plus H2O. Are you talking saturated sodium hydroxide or what? Boil rock, 2 hours, settle for how long?
24 hours.
24 hours.
And then remove or drain off, and then adjust your pH to 9.
Drain. Neutralize to pH 9. And leach with the Eco Gold X. Quartz will be dissolved, huh? Now, Chris says you're making sodium silicate. I rarely argue with Chris on chemical things. Well, Indians could mine placer gold for jewelry and such. Also, metal is useful for many things. Even if it's fairly malleable, it still has certain uses. So I'm not sure. Yeah, Andy, it can be done. Yeah, out here in the West, there are places where you could pick them up off the ground because the wind would just keep blowing away stuff until the nuggets were just left sitting there.
I wish you could still do that.
Now, that's an interesting question, Rock. If this process converts the silica, then that might be a much safer way to recover, crystalline gold specimens from quartz.
Maybe it would get my silver out of our ore.
Well, okay. Are you trying to dissolve the silver? You're trying to dissolve the rock from the silver. That's the difference I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That sounds like a reasonable hypothesis, Andy. It wouldn't surprise me, Chris. That's why I was wondering. But that would be a nice. Yeah, Rock.
Yeah, you got to be.
You got to be
careful.
You got to know what you're doing, though.
Yeah, or your gold kind of turns into a sponge.
Yeah, I think so can your brain.
Yeah.
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 Hydrofluoric acid is some nasty thing.
In the right container, even you got a problem.
Oh yeah, yeah. It'll dissolve so many. I mean, it'll dissolve the glassware, no problem.
Yeah, it's
Teflon.
nasty.
Yeah. How do you get hot though? You know, again, that's what I'm saying. Hydrofluoric acid is really dangerous.
Nothing to play with.
You know, Chris says it's probably the scariest chemical you'll ever deal with.
Yeah, it could very well be.
I talked to a truck driver once, who's a bulk truck, and he said he's one of 6 people in the United States licensed to haul a particular chemical. It was used in microelectronics, chips and everything.
Yeah.
And he said there's only 6 guys in the United States that are licensed to
Even
haul
move
this
it,
stuff.
huh?
It is that dangerous.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nasty.
Yeah, I want pain before damage.
A warning at least, right?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's I say I'm perfectly willing to take my time learning this stuff. And another thing that I'm doing is, it's just Eva and me basically doing all the labor.
Yeah.
And we got to do everything from the mining all the way through the refining. So that's a lot of different things we got to learn and get good at.
Steps and a lot of science and
Cool, Dobbinks.
yeah.
And my nerves stopped working, huh? Well, that wouldn't be good.
Not good. Send it to the refinery. I agree, Rock.
Well, yeah, but that
Don't get in over your head playing with things you don't understand.
well, either that or sell it to somebody who knows how to deal with it and stuff. But I mean, you can easily get 5 times the gold value if it's good specimen stuff.
Yeah, if it's a nice quartz specimen, it may very well be worth a lot more just the way it is.
Yeah. Then your buddy with the rose quartz with visible gold.
Yeah.
Oh, geez,
Yes.
that's
Cut
gotta
it,
be pretty
smear
stuff.
it.
I want to see that.
Now, in Batopilas, Mexico, they have native silver and calcite. Now that's
That
easy
would
to
be-
separate.
Yeah.
Pretty stuff. And let's see the specimens. I was like, because I knew a guy who actually sold specimens and stuff like that. And that specimen was running, I think it was about maybe 2 ounces of crystalline silver. And he says, because this is from Batopilas, it's only worth about $750. Any other place on earth, it would be about 2,000.
Mhm.
Batopilas is just like the biggest, deposits of native silver on the planet. And he said it was the way they would do it, they would just tunnel along a crack until they hit a pocket. And the pocket might have up to 30 tons of native silver in it.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And they had 500 miles of tunnels in that mountain at the time, he said. And, it had been in a reasonable place where we could work, and we had an inn. It's simple. That's subsurface radars right there.
Yeah.
You just mount one on a carriage. So you can do a 360 because that silver is so highly conductive
Right.
that it'll just blast a
Go that
return
way, right?
and just go down the tunnel, and every 1 meter or 2 meters or whatever, just do a 360-degree scan, and then just right on your paper and all the more thing. This direction, 20 feet. Oh. If you work with hydrofluoric acid, have the calcium gluconate on hand, a printed MSDS, and emergency shower at the least.
Yep.
Man. $200 ounces to the ton. I could live with that, Chris. Oh, that's cons. That's so for cons. That's easy to sell though. 163 ounces. That'll work.
Well, this area up in here, even there was a lot of that where then when they hit the pockets in the hydrothermal zones, I mean, some of the gold pockets were 500-ounce pockets and things. Well, it was pretty impressive up in this area what was really found here. And I think a majority of it's probably still here. It's just, it needs more research.
Well, the placers, when they were first discovered too,
were incredibly rich.
Yeah, like some Confederate Gulch was multi-ounce to the pan. That sort
Carpenter
of thing.
Bar out here, Confederate was hugely rich.
Do you think there's any of those, any significant chance of a rich deposit like that still being around here that hasn't been discovered yet?
I think there's a lot of them. But some of them are going to be deeper than what the initial guys were looking at, you know. Or there were drainages that didn't have water. So they may have found gold and went, not too much work, you know, to bring water around the mountain or whatever. Because, you know, the only excavation tools they really had were either by all handwork, shovel and a pick, or you bring water around and use the water for your excavation.
Mm-hmm.
And some places here they did. They ran miles and miles of water from somewhere to bring over to a drainage to flush the drainage.
I don't think so, Daubinks. I think it's a negative log of the hydronium ion concentration, I believe. I think it goes down to 0. I didn't notice that it goes to negatives.
I didn't either.
Yeah. So anyhow, somebody's bringing up negative energy here. Another thousands of unknown deposits. The question is, what are the chances of finding something highly rich and actually being able to do it? You know, you may be, Daubinks. I thought the lowest I could go was 0, but I wouldn't be surprised to find I'm wrong.
No, I'm not disagreeing. I've never
heard of it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's go to pH scale.
Is there a negative? Negative
pH. Considering alkaline, 7 is neutral, lower values are more acid, higher values more pH equal to the negative log of 10C, where C is the hydrogen ion concentration of moles per liter.
What's this?
Looks like it goes
7 is neutral. Yeah, I mean
0 to 14. pH Wikipedia. Let's see, what do we got? Definition and measurement. Extremes of pH 2.5. Requires special procedures because using the Nernst law breaks down. There's non-aqueous solutions. Hydrogen ion concentrations can be measured in non-aqueous solvents. Therefore, pH values. Different scales cannot be compared directly due to different solvated proton ions, such as lyonium. Okay. Unified absolute pH scale.
0 to 14 lies mostly within the range, but that still doesn't answer the question.
Yeah. Those are just normal things there.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's not
This
very,
not very thorough there. I don't
yeah, you think it'd go from here
think.
to
It'd have
there.
be.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
I can't tell
Onward.
because that's
We're not disagreeing with you.
too freaking simple a question, I guess. pH definition of meaning. What is pH? Videos of pH. pH chemistry. Devin calculating pH. pH in water. pH scale. The range goes from 0 to 14.
Yes, 7 is neutral.
Okay.
Huh.
The range goes from 0 to 14, with 7 being neutral. pH less than 7 indicate acidity. pH of greater 7 base.
Have to be damn acidic to get to a negative number, wouldn't it?
In this diagram, pH ranges from 0 to 14, with 7 being neutral.
I don't know.
Interesting. That's an interesting thing there.
Anyway.
Your brother?
Yeah, Randy, I'm on my live stream. What's up? It's doing fine. Yeah, haven't had any problems. Yep. I think they finally found it. Yep. Anything else? All righty. Take care. Bye-bye. Yeah, Andy, that's if you got a big enough piece, that's always a good test to see if it's gold. On the other hand, it also puts a big hammer mark in it if it's something big enough to be jewelry grade. So somebody asked, oh, hey, Mohammed
asked,
do the gold rush sluices run for 24 hours per cleanup? Yeah, I think it's probably longer than that.
Some of those guys only clean up once a week. That's why they run so many big sluices. Ideally, from the research that's been done, 24-hour turnarounds on those boxes and carpets is ideal, though. Your best recoveries without losing gold are every 24 hours.
Yeah, Mr. Virtue Eve is more into crystals and stuff like that. Rubies would qualify as crystals.
Yeah, definitely.
Sapphires, emeralds.
Colored diamonds.
Colored diamonds, because she likes colored diamonds.
White diamonds are boring.
Yeah. Oh.
You still have to take me sapphire mining.
We will attempt to do that this summer here.
Yeah. We will see what happens, little one.
My schedule's changing constantly here, so it's...
Once we get stuff in the tanks, if we don't need to go mine more ore and we don't have anything else to do, we should have, like individual days where we can take off and go do stuff.
Well, when my boys are visiting, we can go.
Okay.
Mohammed, I think it's the length is the right length. The longer it is, the more of the gold it'll tend to get, everything else being equal.
Yeah. Plus, it's having the water flow and everything dialed in pretty darn close, too, because you don't want to have a lot of chasing gold down and out the box.
Yeah. Oh, got a 1/10 of an ounce per ton assay, but I think there was more than that. Was the first stage. You think there is much better? Well, that's entirely possible. Sample. Test. Oh my goodness.
That's all you can do, Andy, is keep sampling until you find where you've got better numbers.
Who was it that keeps going and?
David Vila.
David, yeah. Yeah. And he's so right.
And it is.
Is there good exchanging happening in the riffles?
Yes, that is a must, because you want the gold to dive down into the carpets and lock itself in there. Yeah, exactly, Chris.
Yeah, Andy. Luckily, my wife isn't that worried about it. She enjoys just being there and stuff. Let me try something here.
Good one, Lars. Holy kier. Must have wanted some salt or something, Lars. Or you just poisoned him, one or the other.
Okay.
That actually was fairly common, Jeff, running long boxes. And then what they would do is everybody that was helping feed the box all the way down the drainage, they'd only do one major cleanup and then share in the split.
Good night, Mr. Virtue.
And some of the bedrock sluice boxes that they built in some of these drainages, they also did the same thing. They would run them for 3, 4, 5 weeks at a time, and then move the water over into a side drainage or a ditch, and then they would clean the bedrock box. And same type of thing. They would do the split with everybody at that point.
Did you see Lars here?
Yeah. Fully cure.
Yeah, Muhammad, what they're saying when they say it, a 2-hour breakdown, they would have been recovering gold during that time that they didn't get to recover.
Right. So it's kind of you really don't get what you didn't get.
Yep.
Situation. Part of that's just the drama, Mohammed. They got to have drama.
Gold Rush?
Yeah, they got to have drama.
Television shows, drama?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm shocked. Yeah. Yeah, it's like the 2-hour breakdown. It's like when I was doing kettle corn and we got a line, we're making $500 an hour. The equipment breaks down, you're losing $500 an hour from what you could have made if you'd stayed up.
You can't count what you didn't get.
Yeah. Lars, when you show me your squirrel statue, I'll tell you the answer. Yeah. That's correct, Daubinks. It's exactly the same concept.
Exactly.
Speaking of statues, we need a guardian for the mine. It must be a silverback.
Yeah. Mohammed, that may be good in small operations where you're going to get it tomorrow, and in a way you're absolutely correct, but you have a limited lifetime to operate for, among other things, before you die. And so if there's enough there, that's one day that you've lost of production. It's kind of a different way of looking at things. They both have a certain validity, But in mining, I will tell you the general philosophy is you're making money when you're moving muck and you're losing money when you're not. You're actually making nothing, but your costs are still there.
Spending money when you're not.
Yeah.
You know,
they're not being compensated. When you have, well, let's say in this instance, they lost $2,000 in 2 hours. What it could be is, okay, they're spending, gosh, gold rush there. They're spending at least $500 or $1,000 an hour.
Yeah, their
no
fuel
problem.
bills, 5,000 gallons of diesel a week.
You take care, Tricky. Thanks for everything. And therefore those costs don't stop, but their income did.
Yeah.
Think of it as like a restaurant that runs out of food, but doesn't send everyone home and doesn't stop paying the rent and doesn't stop paying the utilities. So you're going to lose money because the income isn't there.
Exactly.
That's how they look at it.
I mean, you know, like in the northern climates, not so much maybe New Zealand where they can mine year round, you know, placer mine year round. But here in the northern climates, you have 150-day, 160-day season. Well, if 1/3 of your season you're broke down, that's, let's just say 50 days that you broke down or moving equipment or repositioning stuff. I mean, you literally can get down to 100 or 110 days of making money. So it can be that one day of being down can cost you dearly as a percentage of your season.
Yeah.
And that becomes a problem in that, like in this environment up here in Montana, because you've got such a short window to get in there, do your work, and get stuff closed up before the weather takes you out again. And, you know, the Yukon, Alaska, most of that's all pretty much the same as here. You've got a window of opportunity that you don't want breakdowns.
No, sure don't.
Yeah, you know, and guys have asked me what was the worst part about, you know, a bigger placer operation and that. And it really is, it is the breakdowns. I mean, it's very easy, you know, with the wrong equipment or some older tired equipment or something to have 50% of the time you're broke down. Well, at that point, it's kind of like shooting yourself. I mean, it's just, you're fighting a non-winning battle.
Well, and another thing too, especially with young people now, is they don't understand the concept. If you're not moving muck, you're just costing money without any compensation.
Yep.
And they're perfectly happy to sit there on their smartphones and this, that, and the other. And it's like, well, that's not making money. That's not getting the job done.
Exactly. Yeah. No, Rock, you know, you got it right there. I mean, if you're not making money, which is really your wash plant and that part of the operation that is catching something, the rest of the time you're spending money, whether it's moving overburden and dozering back reclamation work or building some infrastructure for your next plant move. There's a lot of things that you can spend a lot of money on and they don't make you money.
Yeah. Did that kind of answer the question, Mohammed? Yeah. Paying the cook. Yeah, a good cook can make a big difference in a field camp. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Because if the men are grumpy and unhappy, they're not moving quickly and efficiently.
No, and I think Chris Brink makes a good point there as far as if you can do your maintenance in the winter or early spring or later fall and get that equipment all fixed and checked over and welded up and all that, the day that you do start moving dirt, you're good for, in a lot of cases, we could run for the first month with literally no breakdowns because we went over everything and checked it and changed it and fixed it. And that really adds to minimizing that breakdown time during your operational season. And that's true of any kind of dirt moving, big equipment. If you can keep the maintenance scheduled in times that you're not doing your money making work.
I understand, Mohammed. When you're in a mining sort of situation, your resource has a certain cost to process and a certain amount of return when you're processing it. And as soon as you get up into a professional quantity sort of mining operation, as opposed to a personal scale thing, if it's personal scale, it's like, how much money do you want? And if you're making enough, then fine. Kind of like what I am here. I'm comfortable, so I don't need it.
No, that's true. But like, I was leasing some property, running a fairly substantial operation, and my liability insurance by itself was over $1,000 a month.
Uh-huh.
And that isn't counting all the other fun things you get to pay for. So when you have that opportunity to move and process, you don't want breakdown time. You don't want any downtime, ideally.
See, and again, that's why in general in the mining industry, they tend to push, because
the expenses never stop.
And also, the more efficient you are, the lower grade material you can process at a profit, and therefore the longer before you have to move to someplace else.
Well, and commercially, if doing like we were doing, you could spend 3 months doing exploration, test holes, and digging, and none of that makes you any money. I mean, even though you get gold on those test holes, that probably will rarely pay for the diesel fuel for the test holes.
Mm-hmm. So nothing of the labor.
So you could have one whole season literally that you've got invested into this property that you just spent, $75,000. So when you do finally the second year you get to mining, hopefully you start to recover some of that, sunk cost in the front end of that program. And that's the bigger the mining company or the bigger the project, and Rock and any of these guys will agree with me, they can put millions into a project and it can take 10 or 12 years before they get to a point where they actually even get to start to see a return. Tens of millions of dollars.
Well, today's prices, Rock, that's 3 grams, $180 for 6 hours work.
$70 a gram or something.
Yeah, that's maybe $30 an hour.
And if you keep the grams and the price of gold doubles, then it's $140 an hour. Or what? You start to you can make money if you can hedge.
Yeah. And these are the sort of things where you look at, and where can I make things more efficient? And
just like we're doing right now. I'm going up to the mountain and I'm probably not coming back for the next 10 or 12 days. I'm going to try to minimize my trips, just because when you look at, you look at the amount of money at, $5 a gallon for gasoline right now, you kind of have to start to rethink how you're doing things because of the investment. If you're doing it as a hobby, any gold is made it worth the adventure probably, but we're trying to think it through this year as far as costs, just to try to minimize as many costs in exploration as we can. Because it's not going to be a real cheap year, I don't think, at this rate. It's kind of well, that's what we're expecting, is it's just going to get worse. Oh, definitely. I mean, if you're doing it for the adventure and you get a little gold, that's all cool.
It does seem to dissolve the stuff pretty well in our case if it's small enough, but we're still refining the entire system, because it doesn't do you any good till you got saleable gold in hand. And we're pretty confident we'll be able to work it out. But, I mean, we could, ash and flux the resin. Just the losses are too high. Losing 20% is pretty expensive.
At this point, probably the worst is the petrol if you're going to try to travel back and forth, Muhammad, as far as the next few weeks here. Whether you're at home or you're up in a camp, you're eating, you're always spending money. So that just becomes a matter of location. But, diesel fuel, the petrol on site running equipment, and then, of course, possible breakdown costs. And then just the travel, because everything here is 70 miles every time you turn around.
Okay, let me get a couple here. Rock, yeah, I really hope it will help us out too. It depends on how well the XRF can do this analysis, and I'm just not sure. But if it can do a good job of figuring out what's there, it's going to be extremely helpful to figure out what's going on and what we need to do. So I'm very, very happy that you're helping us out here. Thank you very much. Lars, will Goldex leach gold out of iron sulfide? It probably won't leach it out of iron sulfide, but it would leach it off of iron sulfide if it doesn't get neutralized. Iron sulfide tends to be rather acidic. This has to have a basic environment, so you're going to have to use more neutralization, I'm sure. Don't know how much. You're probably going to need mineral exposure to get the gold out of the iron sulfide. On the other hand, if you roast the iron sulfide, then it should probably get it pretty well.
Cool.
Yeah, Rock, I'm just not familiar at all. I presume it should, because I believe it works more on the atomic level. And as such, yeah, that's my guess, Lars. As such, I presume it will be able to pick it up, especially as this is not like geochemistry here. We're looking for gold probably in the plus 1% range of the resin. I'm guessing on the dried resins, you should be in the neighborhood of 5% gold by weight. So I would think it would be way up in the easy detection range for the XRF. And that should give us a good idea not only of the gold, but what else is in there. And once we find that, we may actually try and see if we can, if you run your resin for so long, you might want to take it out and kind of clean it with something and then put it back in circuit without ever stripping the gold. That might work. Oh yeah, I know, Rock.
It gets right down there.
I say this is going to be some serious, rich stuff for, generally what you're doing cold. In gold, parts per million, 1 part per million is 1 gram per metric ton, about 0.03 ounces per ton. Mm-hmm. So even 1 part per million is ore grade for a heap leach. Part per billion, now you're doing trace geochemistry sort of stuff.
You're way out there.
Yeah. But yeah, when we're saying we're talking loaded resin, I'm talking loaded resin. I'm guessing this stuff right here is running about 5% gold dry weight.
Don't show them the label.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't matter. There's a bunch of other stuff too. And by the way, I didn't. Yeah, I would imagine it's going to do base metals. In my case, iron is probably the biggest one that may be a problem. Silver would be interesting too, although I don't think you're going to see any. I suspect it's not getting dissolved.
It depends on if you're really getting it out into the resin.
Well, I don't know if it's even getting dissolved out of the rock.
No, right.
I would think, Chris, your opinion, if the silver was getting dissolved by the Eco Goldex, you think it would get in the resin?
Thanks for being here, Andy.
Yep. You take care, Andy.
Good night, Andy.
So my guess is that we've got some iron and some other stuff along with the gold That would be great, Rock. I say I'm really looking forward to seeing how this works, because I think it should work just fine in terms of doing what we want it to do, and it could be really, really interesting. This is going to be fun. I'm really, really thankful for this opportunity, Rock.
Thank you very much, Rock.
Historically, Dobbinks, some of that wasn't because of location. That 2 ounces at $20 an ounce wasn't worth the effort. Nowadays, a small mine at 2 ounces per ton would be pretty pretty fun.
Yeah. Ricky, I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. By the way, Rock, do you mind if I call you by your real name? It's a classy name. Can you any other precipitate? Can you use any other precipitant? Okay, Jim. But can you use any other precipitate? We're not actually precipitating it.
Yeah, we were.
The guys who are doing the clean gold solutions thing, they were doing a precipitation. And at this point, I'm pretty sure the reason it was a 2-stage thing is the first part of the process is to neutralize the ability of the solution to dissolve gold, so that when you then precipitate the gold, it doesn't just redissolve. Okay. And in cyanide solutions, it's real simple. You just remove the oxygen, just put it under a vacuum, pull out the oxygen, and it can no longer dissolve gold.
That's a good idea, Chris.
I've got a multi-element analysis being done right now.
Chris has a good idea there, though. Take a known amount of silver powder, use a bottle roll and some Eco Goldex into your resin and see if you can.
Well, the problem with that is the chances of it being silver are pretty small. It's almost certainly some compound or mineral of silver.
Yeah, right.
And without knowing what that compound of mineral is, it's not going to be very helpful, because
no, I will not volunteer one of my .995 rounds.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it will dissolve metallic silver, Chris, because it says it will. But the question is, when it's not metallic silver, what the heck is it, and what will it dissolve? And that's a real important question.
It's curious. Yeah, I would be curious to know too if it'll even break it down for the resin to take it.
Well, here's the problem, Chris. We've essentially fire assayed the resin, and we didn't get any silver.
Yeah, you're not finding it.
As a matter of fact, let me just check something here.
Yeah,
because we set off some for fire assay also.
Yeah, I was going to say, didn't.
Yes, he did. Yeah, Hiddle did a fire assay on the resin. By the way, it's a complex process. He wasn't really, he charged us the normal thing. He said, this was a really difficult thing. I'll do it again if you want. I'd prefer not to, but it's going to cost you more. And I don't blame him. I mean, he put forth a lot of effort on that.
Yeah, I just wish I had known exactly what he did.
Let's see. That wasn't too long ago. So,
yeah, I would love to know exactly how he did it.
Let's see.
He's looking for.
We had a discussion on this here. That's what I was asking him. So I presume this was just before he sent me the results. Could you?
And this was on assaying the resin?
Yeah, we actually sent it to him for assay.
Okay.
Oh, you stupid computer. Could you do something instead of sitting there? Thank you. Well, that one isn't. See, this other computer, it's not on the...
That's probably one of the quickest ways to find some gold is start sniping bedrock. Might be one of the most effective things you can do short term to put gold in your pocket.
Okay. Send me 10 grams.
If you're in an area that you can get to some good bedrock.
125 is when he said, send me 10 grams. Okay.
You're
So,
looking for the other side of that conversation.
why is that way yonder then? Oh, that's weird. 125. Something different. Something different.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, a 6 gram nugget has got a certain amount of motivation to it all by itself.
Oh, okay. So
keeps the fever going anyway.
That's why it's giving a problem here. Having trouble figuring it out. So that was 125. Jeez, what a pain in the butt.
You watch Dob Inks, watch some of the videos from the guys in New Zealand that do that in the creeks over there. They just put their mask on and get down in there and fan that bedrock real lightly. And man, they pick up some nice gold sometimes in some of them areas.
If it weren't for the fact that they had spiders the size of smart cars and faster than cheetahs in Australia,
Yeah.
it would be a great place.
Yeah, New Zealand's interesting all by itself. I mean, the amount of operating placer mines in New Zealand is just phenomenal, and they can work year round. Plus, all the guys running the creeks and panning.
Does New Zealand have spiders the size
Oh
of
yeah,
smart cars?
yeah, and deadly snakes and all kinds of fun
I
shit.
don't care about snakes. I like snakes. I don't like spiders.
Well,
Okay. The fire assay showed 5.466 gold by weight. He put in a...
you're finding it?
Yeah. He had a bead weight of 1.17085 grams,
Yeah.
including 0.01006 grams silver in quart.
Damn, that'd be a nice soil sample, Jim.
The weight of the
For a
residual
soil
gold.
sample, that's
Okay.
incredible.
Okay, so there I've got some numbers. Where's my calculator? Over there.
I don't know.
So he imported the silver.
No, he added some silver in quart at a particular time. So he had 0.17085 minus his in quart of 0.01006, 0.61079. The actual gold was 0.16442. Yeah, he basically didn't get any silver either. Nope.
How many yards is a ton of soil? Well, a yard, depending on the rock and the size of the rock or gravel, it could vary anywhere. That yard of material could vary anywhere from 2,400 pounds to 3,000 pounds.
Now, is that bank run or is that loose fill too?
Well, that's another question, because once you lift it and aerate it somewhat, there's a difference in calculation between bank run is when it's still in situ, in place,
Yeah.
versus once it's laid up on top. Yes, it depends on the size of the gravel based on airspace around the gravel and things like that. There is books and calculations for that, for gravel. If you look up calculating gravel, bank run versus fill or moved gravel.
Yeah, I would agree. 1.7,
Yeah,
1.75 is kind of the
that's
rule
kind
of
of a
thumb.
rule of thumb.
If it's been dug up and dumped again and fluffed,
yeah.
about 1.25 is what I've been told.
Correct. Well, there's always nugget effect. That's ideally why you want larger samples. 0.5 to 3.5.
I like this, Chris. Yeah, bank cubic yard is 1.5 to 3.5 tons per yard. What? Barite? Loose is right around 0.8 to 2.0.
I think that's why they,
around.
Yeah, I think a lot of times that's why they just say 1.7 in most stuff, unless you're really into some big boulders or some really packed cobble or something.
Yeah, I say. And yeah, if it's important, you really have to do the research.
So, you kind of get everything. Yeah, every site would be different. And if you're trying to calculate by yardage or trying to calculate by tonnage, you're going to have adjustments there that you have to make for that to try to get close. And it's still an educated guess unless you're going to weigh every load.
Yeah. You can spend a lot of money getting a more precise number that doesn't do you any good.
Right.
That's another thing.
It's really about, gold mining's more about recovery than it is about how many yards you can move. It's, are you recovering what's going through your equipment? And then at what stage can you speed that up or slow that down?
Yep. I mean, in my situation, I could spend a lot of time and effort running samples, but in many cases, that high precision of samples doesn't really change the decision very much.
No.
For example, when it comes to the resin, is it recovering well or not?
Right.
Doesn't matter if it's recovering 96% or 97%.
Right. That doesn't
That's
matter.
both. Yeah. That's good.
Right.
If it's recovering 3% or 4%,
not good.
They're both bad.
Yeah.
And so this is why, like, the spot test is useful, even though it's really not very precise at all.
Yeah, but if you can help you with watching your resin to when to change out your number one or number two, if that can help you, then it's got value.
Well,
if it doesn't help you, it's
and it is so cheap to do that with regular. Let's say we were just going to run a single batch through the resin and see what happened that one batch. That's $100 in samples to the lab.
Right.
That's 4 cents in consumables in our lab.
Yeah, do a spot test.
And we can get pretty good actionable intelligence there.
And that's because you have a dedicated scientist with good eyesight.
A good eyesight's true. Absolutely.
Dedicated is viable.
But, if I can see, for example, that stage 1 is recovering poorly, but stage 2 is recovering really well, and stage 3, it's just blitzing it. It's like, maybe I'll run another batch and just top off that stage 1,
Well, and you could.
Yep. Yeah, exactly, Rock. We've had several people, by the way, emailed me and asked me about that particular solution. And the guy who sold it to me, I asked him, he said, yeah, send me, you can send my information to them.
Okay.
So I believe we got Javier in Colombia asking. And did you ask too, Tricky? Oh, he's gone now.
He's gone already.
But I think Tricky also asked him on that, because it does work better than the stannous chloride. It was some pretty good stuff. And I mean, this whole thing works really well. I get a lot of free information, so to speak. And everyone else who's watching gets free information too.
Yeah.
And that just makes it very nice for everybody.
Well, that was kind of the point of originally doing this, is more from an educational and helping standpoint.
Yeah. Daubinks, if you could,
That's good ground.
yeah,
you
if
know?
you could move some tons, yeah, exactly. $60 a ton or yard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's some great ground. Yeah, your limitation now is what can you do at that point?
Well, and how much do you have too?
Well, that's true too. Yeah, it's how, is there enough ground to keep going, or would it even be worth bringing a machine in or something? But
yeah,
thanks for being here, Rick.
Take care, Ricky.
Good night, Rick.
Yeah, because if you're in the really good spot,
Yeah, and you move
in
10
the bar,
feet and you
then-
don't
then
have
you
it
move and
anymore.
It's gone. Now you got an issue. So
Yep.
before you start moving in equipment or getting the permits and everything, you got to
We're
make sure
trying to.
you've got the mineral rights locked up one way or
Yeah.
another.
Can you legally do what you're doing?
Okay, so 50 yards long, 20 yards wide, 2 yards deep. So let's see what we got here. 50
2,000 square yards.
times 20,
2,000
times-
cubic yards.
2,000 cubic yards times 1.75 roughly, 3,500 yards, 3,500 tons. Oh, you already did it by the yard, so it doesn't matter. So it's 2,000 times 60. Okay, that would be $120,000 in trained gold, assuming it all ran that grade, which you need to do enough samples to verify.
And you always hope you get a little higher grade.
Yeah. And so, yeah, you need more samples. Okay, if it's open to claim, that shouldn't be a problem. You say you need to do more sampling, but you might want to go ahead and claim it first. And then say you're looking at $120,000. Now, if it's BLM land, getting a permit to run heavy equipment in there is going to be pretty difficult. You might be able to dredge it depending on the state and other regulations.
And water,
And these sort of things, these are all the variables you need to look at.
Yeah, but like that, a small wash plant and a mini excavator,
Yeah.
and maybe a skid loader, and you'd have a pretty profitable operation and still be literally a one-man operation.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
it is the time frame of
Cali.
permitting and things like that. Well,
California.
yeah, California is a problem all by itself.
My condolences.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be another way, Chris, is put in a big enough little system there with a river sluice and just keep shoveling, keep it moving.
Yeah. No dredges in
can't
Cali.
dredge. Yep, can't
Probably
dredge.
can't dirty the water. Yeah.
A lot of limitations there.
Yeah, you might have to actually pick it up and haul it somewhere nearby and do it so the water doesn't get dirty. But how do you get it out of the water? Is it actually wet at this time is a question. Is it seasonally dry?
If it's a flood bar, that in itself isn't necessarily great, but
yeah, Chris is probably the most knowledgeable person on that I can think of right here, right now. Don't even look at the frogs. Yeah.
Thou shalt not molest frogs.
They're not very good looking anyway.
yeah, I don't. There's
the 3S species of endangered species management. We had over in Tucson, we had the cactus ferruginous pygmy owls. Okay, of which there were maybe 10 in all of Pima County because it's the very northern end of the range. It's kind of like how many polar bears do you have in Calgary? Not many.
Yeah.
But because there were so few, most of them are in Mexico, tens of thousands of them,
Right.
they're an endangered species and
Yeah,
blah blah
yeah.
blah. It's like, jeez.
My buddy last Thursday night just about became an endangered species. He was running water off one of his ditches up in a hayfield and turned around and he had a grizzly bear about 10 yards from him
That makes him the endangered species.
coming straight at him. And he said it's the first time in about 2 weeks he didn't have his assault shotgun on him. And I said, yeah, I bet you move fast. And he says, oh, yeah. But he said he jumped the ditch and the bear hesitated at the ditch because of the fast moving water.
Yeah.
He jumped it and freaking boogied to try to put as much distance between him and the bear.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I told you, don't go. I wouldn't even leave my house up there without a gun on.
Yeah. Well, in my case, I'll always take my pistol up with me to the mine, but then I'll usually take it off and leave it on surface.
Hang it somewhere
Yep.
there. Yeah.
Exactly. And then I'll usually leave my 12 gauge in the camper. And that way, while I'm up there, when Eva's at the camper, she's got a gun, although I don't know if she'd use it or not. In the camper, you're pretty well protected from even a grizzly bear. It's pretty tough.
Yeah.
But it also allows me to signal her and her to signal me pretty easily. If either one of us hears a shot, we know there's an issue
Yep.
going
Yeah,
on.
exactly. Alarm bells go off.
Yep. Exactly.
No, it was a close call, and he won't forget it. I'll tell you that, because I heard about it within about an hour of him getting back in the house.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I'm very happy with my 44 as a signaling device. If you're within a mile, you're going to hear me.
Oh yeah.
As a bear gun, I'd prefer not to have
to use it, but 44 is still a short distance. It still has a lot of power, though.
It's a lot better than throwing a rock.
Well,
But
or like in his case, he had a shovel in his hand. That's it. And turn around and see a bear coming right at you that close. It's kind of like, oh shit.
Well, I was reading it was about Vietnam, and the guy was a chopper pilot, and he carried an M1 carbine in his truck because of the 38 pistol. He says, never shoot someone with something just big enough to piss them off.
Yeah. Yeah. The 30 caliber kind of just drills a hole too. It really doesn't.
It's a lot better than a 38 pistol. That's all they had at that time for those guys. I don't ever want to have to face down a grizzly bear if I can avoid it.
No, it's not.
$357 for a grizzly or a brown. That's really light. For a black bear, it's not too bad.
No, I'd shoot a black bear at 357. I wouldn't even think twice. That's even if you have to pull the trigger a couple times. But some of these grizzly bears, I am not so sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't be confident with a 44. I was reading a story when
I carried my 45, but then I also usually carry at least my 30-30. Yeah. So I got two,
First of all, if one jams, the other one.
Well, yeah, I don't know. The way I got it pictured is that when they find you, you won't have used either gun probably. But
rock, I think a lot of it has to do with where they're at
and the time of the year.
But unfortunately, down here, they've learned. For example, when you hear a gunshot,
there's
a deer laying.
Yeah, they come to it.
Yeah, that, and that's the sort of thing that doesn't work well. They have lost their fear of humans down here because they're too protected.
Oh yeah, I know that, but it's an easy gun to carry when you got your pack and other gear, and the chance of at least having two different guns, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I got a 7.5-inch barrel 44 Magnum loaded with hunting rounds.
Well, I've got an assault shotgun too, but when you put 9 rounds in it and then you carry it's heavier than hell.
That's heavier than hell.
Yeah, even it's a short shotgun, but it's still heavier than hell.
Well, I've got an Ithaca Featherlight, and we can't get it on the camera because who knows?
Yeah.
At one time,
Yeah,
let's see.
they're a good gun.
Feel how light that is.
Yeah, they are.
That's not too bad.
No, but if you day after day or hiking up and down them damn,
yeah.
I mean, the lighter you can make everything, the better.
Well, there's a sling on it for a reason too, but yeah.
And I'm proficient with that 30-30 with one hand, so
yeah. I would imagine a 30-30 is substantially more powerful than a 44 Magnum. If nothing else, just the long barrel will give you more acceleration.
I hate to have to find out how good it really is, but
how many grains in the bullet? What's the velocity? Any idea?
The hell are they? 170. I got some pretty good sized lead in that for that thing.
Because
some good loads. But
mine are like 230 grains and running at I think about 1,400 feet per second, something like that. That's fairly decent. 1,400 feet per second.
Well, I can tell you right now, if we see an actual bear out there, I will treat that bear the same way you do. I will go out, put my hands on my hips, give it a minatory glare, and say, bad, bad bear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the 44 mag with the long barrel is an accurate gun, more accurate than I am.
I think that's what I'm carrying, Rock, is 170 grain in my 30-30. I'd have to go back out and look at it. I'm only going to shoot if I absolutely have to, but there is a limit to how close they're going to get.
So your 30-30 is running 1,350 feet per second. Is that what you're saying there? Let's see.
That's not hugely fast, but it's still a
44 Magnum ammo. Let's see. Ballistics. 40 more Magnum results. 44 mag. You can actually get what they call a Deerfield carbine. It's the same basically as the Ruger 1022 Action with 44 Magnum and a 5-round clip. Let's see. Ballistics. So more like the 225 or 247-inch barrel. 1385 to 1462. So again, around 1,400 feet per second for the 44. And
I got a friend who shot.
Oh,
probably 12 elk with a 44 mag pistol.
This is really going to improve the housing market in England. The Bank of England scraps the mortgage affordability test in a boost for first-time buyers.
Yeah.
Didn't we do that in the early 2000s?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, come on. Ballistic studies. Let's see what you've got. 30-30 Winchester center fire. Gosh, it would be 1,960 feet per second here. So yeah, you're firing a slightly lighter bullet at a significantly higher velocity. And yeah, that should have more than the 44. I should have looked a little on that other one, what the velocity from long barrel was. But yeah, most likely a couple loud bangs from the sidearm will turn it. Probably.
Usually, but
let's see. Let's see. I just did it. 0.44. So, come on. I don't want that. See, where's the thing I just did?
Right. No, up a little more. Right there, ballistics.
Okay. So with, say, a 16-inch barrel, you're not getting that much more.
No.
Another 100, 150 feet per second is all. Okay. Yeah, not that much. Yeah.
Yeah,
300 Weatherby
That's
or
a
a 300 Win Mag
yeah,
are pretty good
elk
rounds.
gun.
Yeah. Yeah, my brother used to use the 270 Weatherby Magnum on rabbits, just for practicing, of course.
Yeah.
Vaporize. But yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, rock, but nowadays it has to do a lot with, case volume and the exact powder and this and that. Yeah.
It's a monster.
Yeah. Yeah, my brother made the mistake of firing it over his hood one time, and there went the windshield.
Oh, yeah.
You fire it in the dusk, and you'll see like 18 inches of flame.
Come out the barrel.
Yeah, that's pretty
My
amazing.
dad had a 416.
Weatherby?
No,
Rigby?
It was a Rigby.
Rigby? Yeah.
That thing, I shot it 3 times and said, "Give it to my brother when you die."
Yeah.
I ain't never touching it again.
Yep.
The first time, you can't believe anything could kick that bad. And he had a 8-ounce mercury suppressor in the stock and a muzzle brake about 4 inches long on the barrel, and it still was like a howitzer.
Yeah.
I shot it 3 times. First time was like, I must not have held it tight enough. And after that, it was like, give it to my brother.
Well,
I'm never shooting it again.
I had an AR-10 and it had the collapsible stock and everything. And what I had to do with that was, first of all, put a recoil pad on it, which really helped a lot.
Yeah.
But also that it would kick up into my cheek. So I took some of that like fun foam stuff. It's only like an 1/8 of an inch thick, and I put about 3 layers of it on there, just glued it down. And after that, it wasn't a problem.
I don't know.
We
always had some big toys at home, but that was like you could keep that thing.
Yeah, I tell you what, some people can just shoot those big ones, and it's no big deal.
Well, if you actually had an elk or a gazelle or something out in front of you and you were shooting, you'd probably never even notice it because it'd be one shot.
Well, if you shoot a gazelle with a 416, you'll never find it.
Well, yeah, it reaches out there a ways too. But I mean, if you were actually shooting at something, you probably wouldn't notice it. But
Not
shooting
as
at a
much.
target, it was like, screw that. There's nothing worth it. Hell, my shoulder was black and blue for 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's just
It was fun,
Yeah.
all kinds of fun toys.
$12.
Yeah. That 220 Swift, that was a good little gun.
Yeah,
Up here with the prairie dogs and the big gophers, that they're a blast.
yeah. But I read an article one time, and it was in a regular magazine. It was like the most politically incorrect hunting ever, and it was
Shooting prairie dogs.
Yeah, shooting varmints. And he said, here are these guys with these big rifles shooting these little critters, and he says, and these people have, phrases like "hang time."
You can see the vapor trail.
And it's like, I was watching one. They were shooting prairie dogs with like I don't know, it was a 17 or a 20 Ruger, 223.
Yeah.
And it was funny because the bullet would hit and it just wrap it inside out. It's like, well, they're not suffering. I can tell you that much. It'd be like you getting hit with a 3-inch gun.
Used to do that with jackrabbits. We'd take out the 22 250s.
Yeah. That'll
Shoot
do it.
jackrabbits.
Oh my God.
What a blast.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably not. I don't know. But it was varmint control.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised, Kodak.
Well, that 220 Swift is like a drill bit.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a lot of impact, but it'll drill holes through stuff.
It's got a real good cross-sectional energy
You know,
density.
right. The 308's got impact. That's
Yeah.
there's a difference there.
Yeah.
All in good fun, though. Well, any more mining questions, guys, before we call it another great Monday night? I think we've done fairly well. We made it to 10 o'clock again. Well, the energy on the 308 will knock something off its feet. The 220 Swift, it literally just drills a hole. Go mining for lead. There's a lot of places you could do that, probably fairly efficiently. Depends on what's in the mine, Lars. I mean, if you're meeting a mountain lion in your mine, then I would say that's fair game at that point. Hey, Mr. Lodak.
One time Eva's son was in the mine. There was a rattlesnake.
Yeah.
He emptied his 45 into it. It wouldn't stop moving, you know?
I was shooting pack rats one day in ours.
Oh my God, I wonder what that'd do to your
It
ears.
was just with the 22, but I was shooting pack rats, trying to thin a few of them out. So they kept chewing crap up.
Oh, they will.
They took the
They're
helmet, they
horrible.
took the liners out of some of my hard hats, and they chewed up an extension cord. And my 100-foot tape measure looked like you turned it into shredded cheese.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, this has got to change.
Well, that's why when we ran a cable down from the surface at the middle decline to the 40-foot level, we use a small diameter steel cable.
Yeah.
That way, we're, you know, because then from there we could hook up the safety line and go below.
Right.
You didn't want to worry about what's above you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you use a rope or something, forget it.
Yeah, chew something off on you while you're down there. Hell, the one day I pulled out a 100-foot tape measure inside the mine, and I laid it down for a second. I had 100 feet out. I had a rock on one end of it, and I was marking the wall and stuff. And my buddy said something, so I walked back to look at what he was talking about. And I come back and I started reeling the tape measure
You had a
up.
50-foot chain.
Yeah, I had a 50-foot chain when I got done, and I'm like, what the hell? I mean, it'd been like 10 minutes at the most.
Oh yeah.
And I couldn't find the other 50 feet. That's what really threw me off. And here I was up 2 levels up above in the mine a week later, and there's the other 50 feet in a rat's nest, all in about 3-inch pieces.
Well, Eva was sitting on the 40-foot platform on the lower decline one time there. This pack rat just came up right next to her. It was like,
Sit there looking at
Sniff
you.
it.
Oh yeah, you can sit and talk. They're kind of cute little shits.
oh, they're
but-
really
Well,
cute.
that's because their lifespan is only 2 to 2.5 years. So in our mind, those guys have probably never seen people.
Oh yeah, no, they're cute little shits.
I
But
love pack rats. I think they're cool.
Cool, Rock. Well, I think it's about time because I got to drive to a mine tomorrow after we get some stuff
well, I
done.
got to head for the mine too.
We're fishing for bears.
Fishing.
gonna-
Fishing.
You know, see what would be a good bear bait. You know, let's see. In berry season, you could use huckleberries and
Bacon.
bacon. Yeah, that'd be pretty
bacon
good.
and honey.
Ooh, yeah, honey cured bacon. Man,
Yeah.
big hook. Probably need a steel leader. All righty. Well, there's no more mining questions. Real quick, we'll go ahead and call it a night and head on out.
Yeah, Lars.
Man, picnic baskets.
Baskets. Yeah, picnic baskets. Oh, geez. Thanks everybody for a good night again.
Yep.
And I probably won't see a lot of you back. I probably won't be back till after July 5th. So
Somewhere
probably
after
the next
4th.
time I get back, and hopefully then by, when I get back, I'll get some videos up too of what we've been up to. But
Okay. And as I say, I got lots to do, so I'm sure I'll be posting videos and everything. So you guys take care. Happy prospecting and keep it safe out there.
thanks, guys.
Oh, no problem, Mr. Lodak. Oh. Yeah, it should be less than a week, Rock. I'll let you know.